Chapter 465. I'll have to investigate this thoroughly. To tell you the truth, the people I've sent to keep an eye on him are all regular chi condensation disciples. If it was a golden core cultivator who escaped, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to tell. Black Orchid was slightly troubled. Miss Wulan, please think of a way. If you can find me, a golden core senior, we'll have another helper. Yunjoga requested solemnly. I'll try my best, but for the sake of caution, please come with me. Wulan invited sincerely, wanting to use this opportunity to get closer to Yunjoga. Alright, I'll go with you. Yunjoga left Yi Yunji by Yi Yu's side to protect him, and returned to the valley with the invisible Zishang and Wulan. Inside the valley, Wuye was organizing people to treat the people Zishang had attacked. Zishang had been merciful just now. Other than being shot by his poison arrows, these people didn't suffer any other injuries. They would be fine after drinking the antidote. Have Wuye come to the hall? I have something to talk to her about. Wulan ordered her guard. Yes. The guard answered respectfully, and immediately went to find Wuye. Wulan brought Yunjoga to the hall, warmly invited her to sit, and personally served her tea. This is our Miaojiang special golden tea. Have a taste, Miss Yun. Good tea. Yunjoga praised, smelling the tea. Just as she was about to drink it, Wuye came. Sister, were you looking for me? Yes, you've been guarding the swamp these past few days. Did you notice anything unusual about our 5 Venom sect? Wulan asked. Wuye glanced at Yunjoga and said, Didn't anything unusual sit beside you? Don't be rude. Wulan frowned and reprimanded her, before continuing to ask, other than Miss Yun, did anyone else leave 5 Venom sect, like Golden Core cultivators? Golden Core cultivators? I didn't see them. Wuye shook her head guiltily. She hadn't been paying much attention to 5 Venoms these past few days. Miss Wuye, our sect's Golden Core cultivators probably visited 5 Venoms in the early hours of the morning. Think carefully, did you notice anything unusual at that time? Yunjoga put down her teacup. Chun Sanyang, a Golden Core cultivator, had turned into a stone statue. Why is your sect senior visiting someone in the wee hours of the morning? Wuye said snappily. She was resting in the wee hours of the morning and was not in the swamp at all. Alright, call all the believers who have been stationed in the swamp over the past few days. I'll ask them myself. Black Orchid knew her sister's personality as well. Asking her was a complete waste of time, so she might as well ask the believers. Oh. Wuye reluctantly went down to call for help. Black Orchid asked personally, and in the end, an old Meow Man provided a clue. In the wee hours of the morning, a strong gust of wind suddenly blew outside. It looks like it's heading southwest. Are there any places with especially thick yin qi in the southwest? Yunjoga asked Wulan. Yes, there is a place of extreme yin over there, and the yin energy there is very thick. Black Orchid had grown up in the 100,000 mountains, and knew the surroundings like the back of her hand. Looks like that senior has gone there to recuperate. I wonder if it's convenient for Miss Black Orchid to bring us there. Having someone to lead the way was better than Yunjoga wandering around blindly. Of course. Then let's depart now. Black Orchid really wanted another Golden Core cultivator to help her. Sister, I'll go too. Wuye said with her large, rolling eyes. Stay here and look after the camp. Don't cause me any trouble. Black Orchid didn't want her disappointing sister to offend an esteemed guest again. Wuye pouted, and when her eyes landed on Yunjoga, she scanned her surroundings. She vaguely remembered that when she was captured, she saw an extremely beautiful man. Could it be an illusion? Miss Yun, there are many trees and miasma in the 100,000 mountains. Flying on artifacts will be a lot of hindrances. Would you like to choose a black eagle as your ride? Black Orchid suggested kindly. The black eagles of their 5 Venoms sect were a combination of spirit beast and goo beast. Not only did they know the terrain of the 100,000 mountains like the back of their hands, they could even automatically protect their master and fend off enemies. That's exactly what I was thinking. I'll have to trouble Miss Black Orchid to arrange it. Black Orchid fawned over everything, and Yunjioga wouldn't always give her a hard time. Our 5 Venoms sect has an eagle garden. Miss Yun, come pick one with me. Black Orchid brought Yunjioga to the cliff where they kept the black eagles. They saw mighty and majestic black eagles perched on the cliffs, looking down at them and letting out loud and clear cries. They were gossiping. Big Sister Black Orchid has brought someone again. This chick isn't bad. I like her. TCH, with your burly appearance, do you think you're worthy of such a delicate chick? Only someone as handsome as this young master can do it. Yunjioga listened to the idle chatter of the eagles and found it a little funny. As expected, food and lust were part of human nature. Even eagles knew how to pick good-looking masters. Miss Yun, have you taken a look? Do you want me to recommend one for you? Black Orchid realized that Yunjioga was a person with her own ideas. She didn't dare to recommend her rashly, afraid that she would misunderstand. These eagles are all very good. Yunjioga was about to choose one randomly when Zishang transmitted to her, choose the one in the 3rd cave on the left. That one, it's too fat. Yunjioga looked in the direction Zishang pointed at in shock. She was instantly speechless. She saw a round-headed and extremely fat black eagle squatting in the cave. If she didn't look closely, she would think that it was a meat pigeon. That one's cultivation is already close to golden core. It's just that it hasn't developed intelligence yet, Zishang said softly. How is that possible? Demonic beasts could only cultivate and become spirit beasts after developing intelligence. Foundation establishment demonic beasts could already communicate with their consciousness. Some of them were also very fluent in speech. Like Chun Sanyang, who was extremely talented and cultivated seduction techniques, she often dual cultivated with male cultivators. She could even transform in advance. No matter how slow it was impossible for a golden core cultivator to not have developed intelligence. If you can't, you can take a look yourself. Zishang didn't know how to explain and decided to let Yunjioga see for herself. Yunjioga opened her spiritual eye and looked carefully. She saw that the fat eagle's demonic energy was extremely dense. Even though it was a golden core cultivator, there was a strange golden gray energy blocking its forehead. That was why it looked so dazed. What's that thing on its forehead? Yunjioga looked again and again, but couldn't figure out anything. I can't tell either. Choose it first, then study it properly when we get back. Zishang suggested Yunjioga to choose that fat eagle because of this. Otherwise, if it was just a mount, there were so many black eagles here that any one of them could do the job. All right. Yunjioga nodded. Black Orchid, who was waiting at the side, said, I choose that one. This one. Black Orchid looked at the black eagle whose face was so fat that she couldn't even see it clearly. Since when did her eagle park have such a fat black eagle? Chapter 466. That's right, the fattest one. Yunjioga nodded. Before Wulan could say anything, all the black eagles in the eagle garden became excited. She actually chose that food-snatching monster? Thank heavens, someone is finally going to tame that damn meat eagle. Motherf *Ker, I don't know where this meat eagle came from, squatting here and snatching food from us every day. If we resist even a little, we will be beaten half to death. This baby is so wronged. A tall black eagle said with a grievance. Miss Yun, this black eagle is too fat. You should change to another one. Look at that mid-stage foundation establishment one on the left. It has the highest cultivation in our eagle garden, and it's also very obedient. Wu Lan's conscience suggested that Yunjoga change to another eagle. Yunjoga looked at the middle stage black eagle. It was the one that said it was wronged. Feeling Yunjoga's gaze, it immediately raised its head and puffed out its chest. It paced around the branches of the cliff. Then it spread its wings and circled in the air, warning the other black eagles with its eyes, but it didn't dare to approach the fattest one. To each his own. I just feel like I'm fated with this one, so I'll take it. Yunjoga smiled. All right then. Wulan also knew that devil cultivators had always been strange and had different hobbies and interests. Maybe they just thought that the meat eagle was mighty. Then can I imprint it now? As long as he imprinted the spiritual imprint on the meat eagle, he could tame it. Of course, it's yours now. Wulan looked as if she could do whatever she wanted. Heavens, she's serious. Everyone, run before the food-snatching monster unleashes its power. The big black eagle screeched in fear. The group of black eagles instantly scattered. Wulan was still a little confused when she saw Yunjoga pinch his fingers with a serious expression and shoot a faint purple spirit light at the meat eagle. The meat eagle, which had been pretending to sleep, suddenly opened its eyes. Its eyes covered in fat flashed with a sharp light. It opened its fat wings and flapped, sending Yunjoga's purple spirit light flying. It really was a golden core cultivation. Yunjoga's fighting spirit rose. His hands moved like wheels and formed seals again. The purple spirit light shot towards the meat eagle like a meteor shower. Ao ao ao. The meat eagle was enraged. It spread its wings and shot toward Yunjoga like a cannonball. Wherever it went, the purple light dissipated. How dare you! Black Orchid hadn't noticed anything unusual about this meat eagle. Seeing that it dared to resist, he shot out a black chain to help Yunjoga restrain it. The meat eagle opened its sharp red beak and spat out a series of red fireballs that looked like small cannons. In an instant, the black chain was melted into molten iron. Wu Lan's eyes widened in shock. This iron chain was a level 3 artifact she had bought from the Tower of 10,000 Treasures during her travels. It was usually very useful for tying up disobedient demon beasts. She did not expect it to be destroyed. Only now did she realize that this kind of strength was at least at the gold core stage. The meat eagle was getting angrier and angrier. The feathers on its body turned into flames, and its head swelled several times in size. The fireballs it spat out were the size of fists, and the temperature of the entire eagle park rose. The black eagles circling in the distance couldn't help but rejoice at their speed when they saw this. Even Black Orchid couldn't withstand the heat and flew away. Zishang, hurry and help me stop it. Yunjoga saw that the black eagle was too ferocious. She didn't want to expose the secret of the Thunderfire Needle and God power, so she could only ask Zishang for help. Zishang raised his hand and shot out a spiritual rope, trapping the meat eagle firmly. Yunjoga took the opportunity to imprint a divine sense on the meat eagle, and heard it struggle with all its might. Awoo awoo awoo, the food here is delicious. I don't want to go, I don't want to go. So it turned out to be a foodie. That would be easy to deal with. Yunjoga took out 2 cherry pills and stuffed them into its mouth. Come with me, and you'll have spirit pills to eat every day. Delicious. The meat eagle's eyes lit up after swallowing the cherry pill, and it immediately contracted with Yunjoga obediently. From now on, you're called Dummy. Yunjoga patted Dummy's big fat head, and looked up at the distant Black Orchid. Now that I have a mount, can you take me to the Yin Chi Valley to take a look? Of course, then let's go now. Black Orchid had already discovered that this dummy was an outsider, but she didn't think much of it. Although a golden core mount was good, it was useless if it didn't listen. Black Orchid's big black eagle had a very down-to-earth name. It was called Dashun. It looked majestic and had a cultivation level of late foundation establishment. One look and you could tell that it was a demonic beast that had seen the world. When Dummy saw Yunjoga, it didn't feel anything special. Under its master's command, it led the way to the Yin-Chi Valley. Yunjoga sat on Dummy's chubby back, and Zishang stood behind her in stealth. The sky above the 100,000 mountains was shrouded in Yin mist. If one flew using artifacts, they would have to open their spirit eyes to see the road. Also, flying too high would make it hard to see, and flying too low would make it easy to crash into trees. Having a mount really saved a lot of trouble. We're here. That's the Yin-Chi Valley. Black Orchid pointed at a valley in front of them that was shrouded in Yin-Chi. Yunjoga stood up and saw that the valley was filled with thick Yin-Chi, and there were even traces of blood-Chi roiling within it. It looked very ominous. Dummy, go down and take a look, Yunjoga ordered. No, it's dangerous. Dummy circled above the valley, unwilling to go down. Big Shun also seemed very annoyed. In the end, he actually turned and ran away with Black Orchid. Forget it, we'll go down ourselves. Dummy, find a place nearby and wait for me. Yunjoga patted Dummy on the head, then grabbed Zishang's hand and jumped down into the valley. The instant they landed, an indescribably strange smell assailed their nostrils, and everything became gray and hazy. Release your white bone monkey. There's something strange about this place, Zishang said softly. What's strange? Yunjoga asked as she released the white bone monkey. Kacha, kacha, kacha. After the white bone monkey landed on the ground, its soul flame wildly flickered, and its mouth moved up and down as if it had seen something terrifying. What's wrong? Isn't this Yin-Chi that you like? Yunjoga asked curiously. How is this Yin-Chi? This is clearly demonic Chi, alright. In any case, this isn't my cup of tea. I don't want to eat it. The white bone monkey sent its consciousness to Yunjoga, then shrank back to the size of a palm and jumped back into the storage bag. Hey, hey, hey. What demonic Chi? What do you mean? Just as Yunjoga was about to grab the white bone monkey and ask it for clarification, the cute baby's voice sounded out, don't force it. The Chi here is very chaotic. There's Yin-Chi, demonic Chi, and demonic Chi all mixed together. If it stays here any longer, it'll become an idiotic little monkey. How do you know that the Chi here is chaotic? Aren't you a freaking alchemy cauldron? Little Grass told me. Master, you didn't forget about her, did you? The cute baby was a bit dissatisfied. Little Grass was raised by him to be filial to his master. If he didn't take her seriously, it would be the same as not taking him seriously. Chapter 467. Who said that? I can forget anyone but Xiao Chao. Yunjoga would not admit that she had long forgotten about the demonic fetus. That's more like it. The cute little baby did not doubt him and gestured like an old man. In this situation, we need Xiao Chao. Quickly let it out. Can it really do it? Yunjoga's impression of Xiao Chao was that of a tired baby. Of course. The cute little baby looked confident. Yunjoga let Xiao Chao out and found that the tired baby was already as big as a 1-year-old child. Xiao Chao had red lips and white teeth. Her facial features were exquisite, and she looked somewhat similar to Yunjoga. She had a white and chubby body, with only a grass skirt around her waist. Her 2 chubby feet were also bare. Master. Xiao Chao waved her chubby little hands and hugged Yunjoga's calf. Come on, quickly put on your clothes. Yunjoga guiltily took out a piece of cloth woven from spirit silk. The chubby little boy had been born for so long, yet she did not even prepare clothes. She was really incompetent. No, Ding Ding has prepared clothes for me. Xiao Qiao twisted her body and the grass skirt around her waist became a green jumpsuit. Uncomfortable, I don't like it. The jumpsuit changed back into a grass skirt in less than a quarter of an hour. This child loved the feeling of running around naked in the most primitive way. If you don't like it, then don't wear it. Zishang saw that Xiao Qiao looked like Yunjoga and immediately loved her. Thank you, my king. Xiao Qiao showed a flattering smile to Zishang. Clothes are a small matter. The most important thing now is to find Yin Shirley. Xiao Qiao, can you help us find him? Yunjoga still remembered his purpose of coming to the valley. I'll try. Xiao Qiao waved her little hands and black demonic energy swayed back and forth, causing the yin energy in the valley to ripple. A strange buzzing sound came from the depths of the valley and spread out like a tide. The person you are looking for is in that cave, but there are many small bugs inside. Follow me closely and I'll bring you in. Xiao Qiao clapped her hands and said. Aren't you afraid of those small bugs? Yunjoga asked curiously. With Master here, I'm not afraid of anything. Xiao Qiao shook her head, and the fat on her cheeks swayed. All right, you lead the way. I'll cover you from behind. Yunjoga took out the Thunderfire needle. If anything went wrong, he would immediately rescue Xiao Qiao. Don't be afraid, this little fellow is very powerful. Zishang patted Yunjoga's nervous arm and pulled her to follow behind Xiao Qiao. Although Xiao Qiao looked fat, she ran quite fast. Her two short legs clattered as she rushed into a cave deep in the valley. The cave was deep and long, and the deeper they went, the stronger the strange smell became. Xiao Qiao, slow down. Yunjoga anxiously watched as Xiao Qiao ran further and further away. Zishang raised his hand and flicked out a thin purple spirit thread, which he tied around Xiao Cao's chubby arm. She followed it around and around until they arrived at a spacious cave. The cave was filled with fog, and the surroundings could not be seen clearly at all. Ah, there are so many little bugs here. It's so disgusting. Xiao Cao's shriek came from the fog. Yunjoga and Zishang rushed over and saw that the walls and ceiling of the cave were filled with grayish-white stone worms. They were about the size of a thumb, and their surfaces had already been petrified. However, there were white spots the size of rice grains in the middle, densely packed on the wall. It was extremely disgusting. These are the mountain drilling worms that have been cursed. Zishang hurriedly put up a defensive barrier. Xiao Qiao, come back. Yunjoga immediately pulled Xiao Qiao back. I'm going to kill these bad bugs. Xiao Qiao clapped her hands, and a black demonic flame landed on the grayish-white worms. With a loud boom, the gray gas instantly ignited. The stone worms struggled and screamed. After the layer of gray light on their surface was burned away by the demonic flame, the white light suddenly expanded and devoured the flame. Then, their bodies rapidly grew. These worms can actually devour demonic energy. Zishang's expression became serious. Xiao Cao's demonic flame and his demonic energy were both part of the world's energies. If these stone worms could devour vital energy, then they could devour his demonic energy. Let me try. Yunjoga also summoned his divine fire. The golden flame with a hint of white light landed on the bodies of the worms. The white bone flame was instantly extinguished, but the golden flame completely burned them. They can only devour my white bone flame. They can't do anything to my divine fire. Yunjoga let out a sigh of relief. If these worms could even devour divine fire, then it would be too terrifying. However, Zishang didn't relax. If his demonic fire couldn't solve the problem in front of him, then what right did he have to stand beside Yunjoga and protect her? Kill them, kill them. Xiao Chao was still angrily attacking the stone worms. Some were killed, but some evolved. Zishang suddenly had an idea. He said to Xiao Chao, change your method. Don't attack them, but fight for their vital energy. What? Xiao Chao turned her head and looked at Zishang with a confused expression. Do it like me. Zishang pinched his fingers and shot out a purplish-black demonic fire. It turned into a mouth with sharp teeth and swallowed the worms, fighting for their vital energy. At first, because there were too many worms, the demonic fire mouth couldn't handle them all. However, it quickly found a way to deal with them. It broke them up and killed them one by one. The strong prey on the weak, survival of the strong. Yunjoga immediately understood. Fight for it, fight for it. Xiao Chao was originally a demonic embryo. Growing up by devouring was instinctive to her. She waved her small hands and the demonic energy in her body condensed into a demonic incarnation to fight for the vital energy with the worms. The worms that had their white energy taken away would turn into stone and be smashed by Xiao Chao. I'll look after Xiao Chao. Go find Yin Shirley. Zishang knew that Yunjoga was thinking about that guy. Okay, I'll go over there. Call me if you need anything. Seeing that Xiao Chao was enjoying killing worms, Yunjoga left with peace of mind. Yin Shirley, where are you? Yunjoga called out as he walked. I'm here. Yin Shirley's weak voice came from a corner. Yunjoga walked over and saw that Yin Shirley was tightly bound by countless white threads. He looked like a white cocoon. Are you okay? Yunjoga wanted to use his evil knife to cut open the cocoon. However, he didn't expect the knife to turn into scrap metal the moment it touched the white on the cocoon. This devouring power was too terrifying. These threads have devouring power. Don't worry about me. Leave quickly. Yin Shirley's voice was extremely weak. It looked like he couldn't hold on much longer. Yunjoga thought about it and slowly used his divine power to condense a small golden knife. He stabbed it into the white cocoon and finally peeled it open. Yin Shirley's black face was revealed. You're not afraid of this devouring power? Yin Shirley was shocked. This devouring power is nothing special. As long as you're stronger than it, you can devour it. What's on your body? Yunjoga looked at Yin Shirley's black body and didn't dare to help him up. Chapter 468. This is corpse poison. If it wasn't for them, I'm afraid I would have died. Yin Shirley laughed bitterly. Although he was originally a living dead, the devouring power could steal the spiritual power of the heart of heaven and earth in his body. If it wasn't for his quick wit to use corpse poison to isolate it, he would have turned back into a Yin corpse with no consciousness. Corpse poison can isolate the devouring power. Yunjoga secretly remembered this and helped Yin Shirley out of the cocoon. He asked, "Oh yes, what happened when you went to the Five Venoms sect? How did Chun Sanyang become a stone statue?" When Chun Sanyang and I went to visit the Five Venoms sect, the situation inside was very normal. The sect master also looked like a normal person. Yin Shirley was interrupted by Yunjoga. What did you say? The Five Venoms sect master looked like a normal person. Listen to me first. There are other things after that. Yin Shirley was helpless. Oh, continue. Yunjoga waved his hand. In the beginning, the Five Venoms sect was very normal. Later, I discovered that it was an illusion created by the maze array. I was about to escape with Chun Sanyang when the Five Venoms sect master turned into a stone statue and attacked us. Chun Sanyang was petrified. After I escaped, I wanted to heal my injuries in this Chi valley. I didn't expect there to be a kind of gray silk that could devour vitality. When I discovered it, I was already surrounded. If you hadn't come to save me, I wouldn't have lasted much longer. Surely still had some lingering fear. The corpse poison could only be isolated temporarily. If Yunjoga had come a step later, it was hard to say if he would have survived. Oh yes, where are Cho-sen and the rest? Shirley looked around and only saw Zishang and an unfamiliar fat boy. They were captured by the people of Goddess Mountain. Yunjoga told him about the temple on Goddess Mountain. We suspect that there is a nascent soul cultivator in that temple. Nascent soul cultivator. Could it be that he created all these things? The power of the curse and the devouring power complement each other and are extremely fierce. If they are allowed to spread, I'm afraid that all living things in the world will suffer. Who is so vicious? Although Shirley was the demon sect master, he didn't dare to joke around with the lives of the world. I don't know either. Let's leave this place first and think of a way to solve this problem. Yunjoga didn't know if the people of the world would suffer, she only knew that if Shirley didn't find a place to recover, he would turn into a corpse in minutes. Alright. Shirley stood up with difficulty. Yunjoga was just about to order Zishang and Xiao Chao to retreat when he heard a muffled explosion. A passageway appeared behind the stone worms that they had killed. The gray threads that had tied up Shirley immediately retreated along the passageway. Yunjoga looked at the passageway. It was pitch black and he couldn't see the end of it. Zishang pinched his fingers and conjured a little purple insect which flew towards the depths of the passageway. However, it was devoured not long after it flew out. This passageway is the source of the devouring power and the curse power. Zishang's expression was solemn. He wanted to explore it, but he was worried about Yunjoga. How about? Just as Yunjoga was about to say something, he saw Xiao Chao suddenly lie down on the ground and crawl towards the passage at an astonishing speed. Get back here. Yunjoga subconsciously chased after him and Zishang hurriedly followed. Shirley took a step forward and felt weak all over. In the end, he could only sit down near the passageway and adjust his breathing as he observed. You stinking brat, why didn't you tell me to run? Are you looking for a beating? Yunjoga huffed and puffed. It took him a lot of effort to hold Xiao Chao down. He raised his hand and spanked Xiao Cao's but a few times. Master, I was wrong. I accidentally ran in because I smelled a very nice smell inside. Xiao Chao pretended to cry. He really didn't do it on purpose. A very nice smell. Yunjoga inexplicably felt that this sentence was somewhat familiar. Yes, and it smells very delicious. Xiao Chao nodded vigorously. I remember Fei Fei said the same thing. Zishang caught up and happened to hear this. So, the passageway leads to the temple. Yunjoga was surprised. Very likely. Zishang nodded. Then are we still going? Yunjoga hesitated. The woman in the temple always made him feel very uneasy. Let's go take a look. We'll retreat if the situation isn't right. Zishang knew very well that all the secrets were in the temple. They had to go take a look sooner or later. Okay, let's go take a look. Yunjoga nodded. Since the passageway was so hidden, there might be a surprise. But Xiao Chao shouldn't cause trouble. Ignoring Xiao Cao's resistance, she stuffed him into the demonic tripod and used her divine power to put up a small defensive barrier. She and Zishang continued forward. The passageway was filled with gray threads. Both of them looked restless but didn't dare to move due to Yunjoga's divine power. After half an hour, Yunjoga finally reached the end of the passageway. It was a round cave wall with a gray wooden cover. Under the cover was a path paved with white jade. Smoke curled up and celestial music floated in the air. In the distance, people were chanting piously and worshipping the goddess could be heard endlessly. It seemed to be the temple. "Are we going down now?" Yunjioge asked Zishang. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from afar. "Luo Tian, how about we go for a drink after your shift ends?" Luo Tian. Wasn't that Junie Chen's voice? Yunjioge's eyes widened. He hurried over to the wooden cover. He saw a handsome and tall youth standing on the white jade path. In front of him was a dark-skinned, handsome youth. Who else could it be but Luo Tian? Junie Chen had grown up quite a bit. When they'd parted, he'd still been a proud little boy. Now, he'd become a handsome youth. But that wasn't the point. The point was why these two were here. And from their conversation, they seemed to be working at the temple. Yunjioge wanted to jump down and ask. "Shoo, there's something wrong with them." Zishang pulled Yunjioge and sent him a telepathic message. "Look at their eyes." Yunjioge stretched his neck and saw that Junie Chen's eyes were blank. His voice didn't rise or fall either. In the past, Junie Chen's eyes were dark and gloomy like bottomless black holes. Now, it felt like the black hole had been filled up. Luo Tian's gaze was strange too. He looked at Junie Chen without any emotion. It was as if he was looking at a rock. The two of them chatted like ordinary guards. They would drink 2 cups after their shift ends. It was as plain water. "Is he bewitched or sealed?" Yunjioge asked Zishang. "I'm not sure. There's no one around now. Why don't you let Fei Fei out to test him?" Zishang said softly. Junie Chen and Luo Tian both raised goo worms. If they were bewitched, their life goo would know best. Chapter 469. Yunjioge secretly released the grey moth and warned it before it could speak. "Listen to my orders later, don't act rashly, or your spirit pill will be deducted." "Why are you so fierce?" Fei Fei felt wronged. It didn't do anything wrong, it didn't even say anything when it was sealed and became so ugly. "I'm not being fierce, I'm just reminding you that this is the enemy's base camp. If you make any mistakes, it's very likely that your master will die." There was a mysterious and delicious thing in this temple that had a fatal attraction to these little cubs. She was really afraid that Fei Fei would suddenly betray her. This was a matter of life and death, she couldn't let this little thing act like a spoiled child. "Oh, I'll be obedient, I won't bring misfortune to master," Fei Fei immediately promised. "Good boy, do you still recognize the 2 people down there?" Yunjioge pointed at Junie Chen and Luo Tian who were still standing there chatting. Fei Fei stopped on the wooden shelf and looked at it seriously, then said, "I do, they're the masters of Little Life and Little Red." "Then can you find Little Life and Little Red?" Yunjioge asked nervously. "Let me see." Fei Fei flapped its wings and a faint fluorescent light floated around. Some landed on Junie Chen and Luo Tian who were walking out, while others floated in a circle towards the depths of the corridor. "Little Life and Little Red aren't with their master, they're over there." Fei Fei raised its wings and pointed forward. "Let's go take a look," Zishang said decisively. "Okay." Yunjioge nodded. This was all too strange, she had to find out the truth as soon as possible. Zishang gently took down the grey wooden shelf and silently landed on the ground. After looking around, he raised his head and said to Yunjioge, "There's no one, come down." Yunjioge also jumped down and saw that the entire white jade corridor was empty, there was no one. "Go invisible, let's go." Zishang patted Yunjioge. Their demonic energy flashed at the same time and they disappeared without a trace. There's still Fei Fei. Yunjoga's voice sounded in the empty corridor. I'll suppress its seal first, it'll go invisible on its own. Zishang hooked his finger and the gray on Fei Fei's body instantly dissipated, revealing the true form of the black and white butterflies. Fei Fei hadn't seen her beautiful real body for a long time. She flew up and down in an intoxicated manner for a while. Then, she flapped her wings and let the white color spread all over her body. Gradually, her figure disappeared. Quick, bring us to Lil Red and Lil Ming, Yunjoga urged. This way. Fei Fei flapped its wings and moved forward. Yunjoga followed it through the corridor and found that the temple was very gorgeous. It was carved from white jade everywhere. There were not many decorations, but it was very grand and strangely familiar. Fei Fei took a turn at the fork in the corridor, flew to the left, and finally arrived at a house. This room was made of mahogany and carved with countless beast patterns. There were no furnishings inside, only a huge wall in the middle with a 7-star human face goo worm the size of a faceplate. Its face was exquisite and adorable. Its eyes were tightly shut, and its black wings were folded on both sides. Golden patterns of human faces covered its body, making it look mysterious and strange. Quietly coiled around it was a red flood dragon. It had the head of a deer and the body of a snake. It had 5 claws and was as beautiful as a red gem. The combination of the two goo beasts was very beautiful and spectacular. It could even be called a beautiful work of art. Lil Ming, Lil Red. Fei Fei flew up and down around the two goo beasts and finally stopped on Lil Ming's head and sadly said to Yunjoga, their souls are gone. How can this be? Yunjoga reached out and touched the two goo beasts. They were as cold as rocks. The last time they parted, the Lil Ming goo arrogantly said that it wanted to become the #1 goo worm, and Lil Red was still in the form of a spider. Now that they met again, the two goo worms had evolved a lot, but they had become ornaments. Their souls have been taken away. Junie Chen and Luo Tian should have lost a part of their souls, that's why they became like that. Zishang concluded after careful investigation. Is it that guy from the Temple of Goddess again? Yunjoga clenched his teeth, he wanted to drag her out and fight to the death. It should be, that guy is not here today. Zishang scanned with his divine sense and found a piece of good news. Then let's hurry and catch Luo Tian and Junie Chen for questioning. Yunjoga turned around and left the house, following Fei Fei to find Junie Chen and Luo Tian. The two lived in the outer room of the White Jade Temple. It looked like they had just finished eating and were tasting wine expressionlessly. Zishang appeared behind the two, and with 2 knife hand strikes, he knocked them down. Ask Luo Tian first. Yunjoga picked Luo Tian up, patted him awake, and let Zishang use his demon eye to interrogate him. Luo Tian had completely forgotten the past, he did not even remember his own name, he only said that he was Zhang Bao, and had entered the temple as a guard through the selection. His daily work was to patrol the temple, change shifts, eat a meal, drink a few cups of wine with friends, and chat. Everything was ordinary, there was not a single clue. His memory soul is missing, his current memory was inserted by someone else. Zishang shook his head, there was nothing he could do about it. Ask Junie Chen again. Yunjoga woke Junie Chen up, but his answer was exactly the same as Luo Tian's, except that his name was Li Wei. Li Wei. Yunjoga could not help but think of his loyal guard, who was good at divination. Could it be that the two had some kind of relationship? Do you still remember your vital goo? Zishang changed the question to Junie Chen. Vital goo, vital goo. Junie Chen's numb expression finally showed a trace of change, he frowned, as if he was trying hard to remember. Its soul was taken away by someone, if we want to save it, we must find the mastermind. Zishang increased the power of his demon eye. Little life, little life. Junie Chen's voice trembled, his teeth chattered, and finally squeezed out 2 words, Yi, you. Yi you, did he do it? Yun Jioge came back to his senses, but felt that it was impossible, that guy was cursed and was still lying in the coffin. Oh right, he also had a goop called Black Overlord, but he had not seen it. No, no. Junie Chen breathed heavily, his whole body was sweating profusely, then he fainted. Zishang's demon axe suddenly stopped moving, he pulled Yun Jioge and ran out, that guy is back. It's good that he's back. Yun Jioge's battle intent soared, as long as he defeated that mysterious guy, he would be able to save Luo Tian, Junie Chen, and the rest. Good my ass, you don't even know if it's a man or a woman, human or ghost, how are you going to fight it? It was not that Zishang was a coward, but he instinctively felt that things were not so simple, he could not act rashly before he had a thorough investigation. All right. Yun Jioge activated his divine power ring, and rushed forward with Zishang. She had to admit that Zishang's words made sense, right now they did not even have a way to deal with the power of the curse and the power of devouring, rashly fighting with the mastermind was not a wise move. It was better to go back and wake Yi, and understand the ins and outs of the matter first. Chapter 470. Zishang and Yun Jioge left the divine temple and ran quickly in the tunnel. The devouring gray threads were restless, like a group of demons dancing in a frenzy, impatiently pouncing on the 2 of them. Fei Fei automatically flew back into the spirit beast bag, not even daring to poke his head out. Yun Jioge had to increase the output of his godly power to safely rush out of the tunnel with Zishang. The gray threads surged out of the tunnel like a flood, instantly drowning the huge hole. Ian Shirley has already left and is waiting for us outside. Zishang scanned with his divine sense and found that Ian Shirley was already outside the mountain valley. He pulled Yun Jioge into the air, stepping on a demonic cloud formed from demonic energy and flying out of the cave. Ao ao ao. Dummy immediately flew over. Yun Jioge and Zishang landed on its meaty back and flew into the air to look down. They saw that the gray yin energy had already filled the entire mountain valley. Everywhere it passed, not a single blade of grass could be seen. Lady Yun, are you all right? Black Orchid rode on Deshun and greeted them from afar. Beside her was a black eagle that was carrying the pale and unconscious Ian Shirley on its back. We're fine. Yun Jioge directed Dummy to fly over and used his divine sense to check on Ian Shirley. He heaved a sigh of relief when he found that he was only unconscious from exhaustion. This must be your Ian Corp Sex Gold Core Senior. I'm sorry, Deshun was startled just now. When we flew over, we saw him lying near the mountain valley. Black Orchid felt slightly guilty. Deshun had run too fast just now, and she had to coax him for a long time before he agreed to fly back. When he saw this Gold Core Senior, although Deshun agreed to save him, he would never let Black Orchid go to the mountain valley. Because Deshun had the instinct to avoid danger, she didn't dare to force her way in and could only wait nearby. That's right, this is our Ian Corp's Sect Senior Ian. Fortunately, you didn't enter the mountain valley. Not only is that mountain valley covered by the power of the curse, but there's also a devouring power. It's very likely that it came from Goddess Mountain. Yun Jioge didn't want to tell Black Orchid that there was a tunnel in the mountain valley that led to the Goddess Temple. How could this be? Black Orchid's face was pale. One curse had already wiped out their 5 poison sect. Now there was another devouring power. How could they survive? If you don't believe me, you can send someone to check it out, Yun Jioge said. Of course I trust Miss Yun. Black Orchid looked at the valley shrouded in gray mist. He didn't have the courage to investigate at all. Miss Black Orchid, Senior Ian might have been cursed. Can I send him to your ice stone house for an examination? Yunjoga asked. Of course. After Wulan brought Yunjoga back to the encampment, she went straight to the ice stone tower. Miss Wulan can wait outside. Yunjoga brought Ian Shirley to the 3rd floor and asked Wulan to wait downstairs. I have experienced sealing curses. Why don't you let me help you? Black Orchid did not want to go down. Her instincts told her that Yunjoga was hiding something from her. There's no need. I can handle things here. About the Yin Chi Valley, you better hurry up and set things up. Don't let anyone get close to it. You have to drive away all the monsters nearby as well. Otherwise, the more vitality they devour, the faster it will spread. Also, the corpse poison has a certain isolation effect. There might be other poisons that have the same effect. You'll have to verify this yourself, Yunjoga said seriously. Alright then, I'll go. If you need me for anything here, you must let me know. Black Orchid thought about it. She still felt that the Yin Chi Valley was the most serious. If the devouring force was really allowed to spread out and devour the entire Grand Myriad Mountains, then they would lose their place to live and die. Don't worry. We're allies now. If I don't tell you, who else can I tell? Yunjoga patted his chest and guaranteed. Black Orchid left reluctantly, leaving Wuya and a group of believers to stand guard outside the tower. Why are you so wary of him? Ian Shirley, who had been unconscious all this time, opened his eyes and sat up. We can't let go of our guard. Furthermore, this Black Orchid has many things that she hasn't told us. Of course, we can't show all our trump cards. Yunjoga had already noticed that Ian Shirley was pretending to be unconscious. You're right. Ian Shirley nodded in agreement. He then looked at Yi Yunji, who was standing guard beside Yi Yu's coffin. He rubbed his chin and asked, this Ian corpse looks a little familiar. It seems to be that Ian corpse called Su Junqing. You can even tell when she's in this state. Yunjoga was shocked. Yi Yunji's current appearance was something that even her own brother, Yi Yu, could not recognize. We don't look at Ian corpses based on their appearance. I've only seen her Ian spirit physique once in the Ian corpse sect. By the way, I've already known about Lu Tianer's 9 Yudao body. Ian Shirley smiled. If it wasn't for the fact that the Lu sisters were close to Yunjoga, he would have taken them in as well. After all, the 9 Yudao body was very rare. Furthermore, he had a cultivation technique that could allow the twin sisters to dual cultivate. Sect Master is indeed wise. I'll have to trouble Sect Master to wait for me on the 2nd floor. I'll come and find you after I'm done, Yunjoga said with a smile. You even have to guard against me. Ian Shirley was stunned. Of course. Yunjoga took it for granted. She was going to use her divine power to expel the curse from Yi Yu's body. She couldn't even tell Ian Shirley about this. All right. Yunjoga was the real boss. Ian Shirley didn't dare to disobey her orders. He obediently walked to the 2nd floor. Zi Shang, help me set up a layer of array. Yunjoga was still a little worried. I've already done it. Zi Shang appeared. There was still some demonic power flowing in his hands. On the door behind him, circles of runes condensed into a string, firmly covering the entire 3rd floor. Then let's start treating Yi Yu now. Yunjoga walked to the side of the coffin. She saw that the curse on Yi Yu's leg had moved up a little. Yi Yunji's coldine power could only freeze it. It couldn't remove it. It was already very difficult for it to maintain its current state. Then let's begin. Zi Shang's palm brushed past Yi Yu. A soft cloud lifted his body up and made him float in midair. Yi Yunji was a little restless. She wanted to stop him. We are saving your brother. If you want him to come back to life, then go and guard the door. No matter what happens, you must not be agitated. Yunjoga said to Yi Yunji word by word. Yunjoga was the person that Yi Yunji had entrusted her with her funeral matters. Hence, she instinctively trusted her. Thus, she silently went to the door and guarded it. Yunjoga then calmed her heart and focused. She opened her spiritual eye to observe Yi Yu's body condition. After confirming that the curse power was gathered below his thigh, she took out her thunder fire needle and pierced it into the acupoints at the base of his thigh. Chapter 471. The curse power on Yi Yu's leg sensed the god power of the lightning fire needle and immediately retreated. Yunjoga continued to inject god power to expel the curse power. The golden god power was like a shark entering a fish pond, viciously expelling the curse power. The gray curse power dripped out drop by drop and was caught by Zishang using a large jade bottle. After the time it took for a joss stick to burn, the last drop of curse power was expelled from Yi Yu's leg. Zishang quickly sealed the jade bottle and sent Yi Yu back into the coffin. Phew, I'm exhausted. Yunjoga wiped her sweat. Although she had only expelled a small portion of the curse power, it had consumed a lot of her god power. Rest for a while. Zishang helped Yunjoga wipe her sweat and helped her to sit down. Help me see how Yi Yu is. Is he awake? Yunjoga also felt a little tired, especially the pain in her stomach. He has been sealed for too long. He won't wake up so soon. Zishang only needed one look to know Yi Yu's current state. Then feed him a few spirit pills. Yunjoga took out a jade bottle and poured out 2 spirit pills. Zishang flicked the 2 spirit pills into Yi Yu's mouth. Not long after, Yi Yu's eyelashes began to tremble and he slowly opened his eyes. You're finally awake. Why do I have to save you every time I see you? When Yunjoga's voice entered his ears, he thought he was dreaming. Wake up. Hurry up and get up. I have something to ask you. Yunjoga saw Yi Yu's confused face and waved her hand in front of him. Missy, it really is you. Yi Yu had a look of disbelief. Who else could it be? Yunjoga was about to roll her eyes. She didn't know if Yi Yu was lucky or if he had a lot of misfortune, but he always did the same thing every time they met. Why are you here? Yi Yu suddenly sat up from the coffin. Don't worry about that. Just tell me what happened to Junie Chen and Luo Tian. Yunjoga saw that Yi Yu's lips were chapped and poured him a cup of spirit water. They were captured. Hurry up and save them. Yi Yu didn't have time to drink the spirit water and said hurriedly. Who captured them? Yunjoga asked. I don't know. Yi Yu clutched his head in pain. It turned out that after he had parted ways with Yunjoga in the Thunder Nation, he had come to the 100,000 Mountains alone to look for Junie Chen and Luo Tian. He discovered that both of their cultivations had greatly improved, and their natal gu had also completed several evolutions. In particular, Luo Tian's Xiaohong had advanced to become a gu king. Junie Chen told him that they had discovered a mystical cave. On the surface, it looked like an ominous place with dense yin energy, but deep in the valley, there was a cave with abundant spiritual energy. Cultivating there would yield twice the results with half the effort, and it had an excellent promotion effect on the gu worms. Yi Yu followed them to cultivate in the cave, and sure enough, his cultivation improved tremendously. Soon, he advanced to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Even Black Overlord advanced several times. After that, the 5 Venom sect's leader suddenly built a divine temple on Goddess Mountain. The spiritual energy in the cave started to feel strange, so we discussed leaving. Because Junie Chen and Luo Tian's natal gu were in seclusion, they would only come out after a day, so they asked me to find a place to stay. I went out for a stroll and found a new cave. When I returned to the valley, I discovered that Junie Chen and Luo Tian were missing. I searched the entire valley but couldn't find any trace of them, so I wanted to go to the Five Venoms sect to investigate. I didn't expect to see the Black Orchid sisters being attacked by a group of stone statues. I saved them, but I was hit. Yi Yu drank a mouthful of spirit water after he finished speaking, then let out a long sigh. At that time, he thought he was dead for sure. Then did you go to Goddess Mountain to look for them? Yun Jioga asked again. I originally planned to go to the Five Venoms sect to check for information before going to Goddess Mountain. But after I was hit by the curse, I couldn't go. Yi Yu shook his head. Think about it carefully, did you miss any clues? Otherwise, Junie Chen wouldn't have asked them to look for Yi Yu. Yi Yu thought about it carefully, then shook his head. That day when I returned to the valley, I searched inside and out, but I couldn't find any clues. Where's your goo worm? Zi Shang suddenly asked. You said Black Overlord, it's here. Yi Yu took out a petrified cocoon from his pocket and said sorrowfully, after I was hit by the curse, Black Overlord wanted to help me detoxify the poison, but he turned into stone himself. Let me see. Yun Jioga took the stone cocoon, and after sensing it with her heart, she discovered that there were still signs of life inside. Black Overlord can still be saved. Really? Yi Yu's eyes lit up, and he immediately begged, Missy, please save Black Overlord. Even if you don't say it, I would still save him. Yun Jioga had a feeling that the reason Junie Chen asked them to look for Yi Yu was very likely related to Black Overlord. She calmed her mind, and once again injected her god power into the stone cocoon. The golden god power dyed the thumb-sized stone cocoon. The cocoon slowly melted, revealing a round, black figure. Black Overlord. Yi Yu shouted in surprise. The black figure moved, and a large bull head flipped out. It was a half-evolved Black Overlord. Master, are you all right? Black Overlord excitedly wanted to fly back to his master's side, but was grabbed by Yun Jioga. Don't be anxious, Black Overlord, I have something to ask you. Big sister, it's you. Black Overlord looked at Yun Jioga innocently. That's right, it's me. Let me ask you, on the day Junie Chen and Luo Tian disappeared, did you see anything? Yun Jioga stuffed a cherry pill into Black Overlord's mouth. After Black Overlord swallowed it, he immediately became spirited, and started to recall in detail. That day, Master went out to look for a new cave abode, and I was accompanying Little Life and Little Red to cultivate, when a woman suddenly appeared in the cave abode. She praised Little Life and Little Red's good looks, and said that she wanted to bring them back to decorate. Junie Chen and Lord Luo Tian refused, and started to fight with that woman, but that woman was very powerful, and beat the two of them to the ground with one hand. That woman took Little Life and Little Red, and after that, she planned to kill their master. But I don't know what happened, but that woman suddenly said that Little Life and Little Red's master had a familiar smell, and took them away. Why didn't you tell me at that time? Yi Yu was anxious. You didn't ask me. What's more, that woman is so powerful, Master, you would only be sending yourself to death if you went looking for her. Black Overlord felt very wronged, who asked his master to be so weak. Black Overlord, do you still remember that woman's name, and what she looks like? Yun Jioga had a premonition that this woman was the nascent soul cultivator in the Divine Temple. Chapter 472. I don't know what she's called, I only know that she's very beautiful and smells good. Just smelling her makes me want to go with her. If it wasn't for her cruel methods of taking back his life and Little Red, the Black Tyrant would have abandoned Yi Yu to go with her. A very beautiful and smelling woman. Yunjoga thought of the woman in the goddess's temple. Her silhouette was indeed a beautiful woman. But so what if he knew that nascent soul cultivator was a woman? He still couldn't find a way to deal with her. Black Orchid once said that the temple was built by her father after he received instructions from God. She should have some information about this woman. Zishang had already vaguely guessed what was going on, but he needed further confirmation. What if Wulan doesn't want to say it? Can your demon eye deal with her? Wulan was not only a golden core cultivator, she was also a very dark person. This kind of person was very hard to control with the demon eye. This sovereign doesn't only have the demon eye. Zishang's eyes were as cold as ink. If Wulan didn't want to cooperate, he didn't mind using some extreme methods. All right. Yunjoga nodded her head. There was no time to slowly get close to Wulan in this situation. Wait, you wouldn't want to kill the Wulan sisters, right? Yi Yu asked. That depends on the situation. They wouldn't kill them, but it was hard to say what other methods they would use. Young miss, the Wulan sisters aren't bad people, how about I go talk to them? Yi Yu thought that no matter what, he was the Wulan sisters' savior, they should give him face. You? Yunjoga looked over Yi Yu and shook her head. I'm not trying to hurt you, but if you knew what they did, you wouldn't be saying this. What did they do? Yi Yu was inexplicably nervous. They treated urine corpses like little soldiers, not showing any respect at all. Moreover, they used your blood as a ritual. If I came a few days later, perhaps you would have lost a few parts of your body. Yunjoga threatened Yi Yu with half-truth and half-lies. She didn't want Yi Yu to hold her back while she was dealing with Wulan. They were actually this vicious. Yi Yu felt deeply hurt. He had used his life to save them, but they had become his test subjects. This feeling was not good at all. You just don't have a good eye for women. You should grow up a bit more. Yunjoga patted Yi Yu's shoulder in sympathy. Eldest miss, you've misunderstood. I have no such intentions towards them. Yi Yu was so anxious that his face had turned green. He had only saved the Black Orchid sisters because he wanted to get some information. He had no other intentions. I'm just kidding. Even if the Black Orchid sisters are so ferocious, they're not your cup of tea. Alright, you stay here and pretend to be unconscious. Don't let them see through you. Also, help me take care of the one on the second floor. Ian Shirley was so weak that he could even kill a child. Yunjoga was worried that he would be left alone in the ice stone building. Who's that on the second floor? Yi Yu asked. Ian Corp sect leader, Ian Shirley, has been struck by the devouring power and is now extremely weak. We need someone to protect him, Yunjoga said in a low voice. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him. Yi Yu nodded. I'll leave it to you. After Yunjoga said that, he jumped out of the window on the third floor and quietly arrived at the bamboo building in the middle of the valley. At this time, Black Orchid had just finished arranging the task of isolating the valley and was resting. When she saw Yunjoga come in, she was instantly shocked. Why is Miss Yun here? Why didn't that damned girl Wu Yi send someone to inform her? I've collected some curse power in the valley earlier. I've specially brought it here for you to see. I hope it'll be of help to you. Yunjoga took out the jade bottle that contained Yi Yu's curse power. Black Orchid retreated as if she had seen a ghost. It was as if Yunjoga was holding poison. Don't be nervous. This bottle is specially made by our Een Corp sect. It won't let the curse power escape. This bottle was a Een Chi bottle that had been modified by Zishang. It was perfect for sealing the curse power. I'm sorry. I was really scared out of my wits by this strange power. Black Orchid let out a sigh of relief and smiled embarrassedly. Miss Black Orchid, it's a good thing to be more vigilant. Yunjoga put the jade bottle on the table. Black Orchid carefully opened the jade bottle and found that it indeed contained curse power. She immediately said with joy, "Miss Yun, since you can make a bottle like this, you must have a way to deal with the curse power." "That's right. I do have a way. But whether or not I'll help you depends on your sincerity," Yun Jyoga said lightly. "Miss Yun, if you need anything, please let me know. As long as I, Black Orchid, can do it, I won't refuse," Black Orchid said without hesitation. "I just want to know what your father received instructions from God. Please tell me in detail." Yun Jyoga emphasized, "This matter is very important. It concerns the survival of your 100,000 mountains. Miss Yun, I've only heard my father mention it once. I don't know the specifics." Black Orchid shook her head. "Miss Black Orchid, I won't hide it from you. Actually, I've already gone to the Divine Temple on Goddess Mountain. There's a woman whose cultivation is comparable to nascent soul stage. This curse power and devouring power are both caused by her. I want to help you deal with her, but your attitude makes me feel that it's not worth the risk," Yun Jyoga said as he observed Black Orchid's expression. Seeing that she was slightly moved but still hesitant, he stood and said, "Since I can make a bottle that restrains the curse power, I naturally have a way to leave the 100,000 mountains safely. Since you don't have sincerity, then I'll take my leave." "Miss Yun, wait." Black Orchid hurriedly stopped Yun Jyoga. This was her only hope. She definitely couldn't let her go. "Miss Black Orchid, is there anything else?" Yun Jyoga raised his brows and asked. "Miss Yun, now that things have come to this, I won't hide it from you. Actually, there's no God's will. It was a woman with profound cultivation who forced my father to help her build a divine temple. This woman is vicious and cruel. Not only did she steal the treasures that our 5 Venoms order had accumulated over the centuries, she also purposely made things difficult for my father and told him to find someone." When Black Orchid spoke of this woman, she gritted her teeth. Her expression was savage and filled with hatred. "Who does she want you to find?" Yun Jyoga asked. "She wants us to find a woman who is noble and mysterious, beautiful and pure. She even said that this woman is the most perfect person in the world. Be it man or woman, old or young, flying insects or beasts, monsters or demons, as long as they see her, they will fall in love with her." Black Orchid's expression was one of grief and indignation as she said, "Miss Yun, do you think there's a woman like this in the world? Even a god is nothing more than this. Such a miraculous woman, I'd like to meet her as well." Yun Jyoga shook his head. He also felt that this woman was purposely making things difficult for the 5 Venoms Order's master. "Because my father failed to help her complete her mission, she turned all of us from the 5 Venoms Order into stone statues in a fit of rage." Black Orchid's eyes reddened and she couldn't hold back her tears. "Miss Yun, that woman is a madwoman. Please help me destroy her and save our 5 Venoms Order." Chapter 473. Then have you seen her? What does she look like? What artifact does she use? What are her characteristics? Yun Jyoga asked quickly. "I have never seen her. Father used his last consciousness to tell me these things." Black Orchid shook her head and sighed. If she had seen her, she would have fought her already. Yun Jyoga frowned and secretly sent a message to Zishang. "After talking for so long, there is no clue at all." "Who says there isn't?" "I already know who that woman in the temple is looking for," Zishang replied. "Who?" Yun Jyoga asked in surprise. "Are you really stupid or just pretending? You are the person she is looking for." Zishang looked Yun Jyoga up and down. "Are you joking?" Yun Jyoga did not feel that she had anything to do with nobility, mystery, beauty, or holiness. She did not have the charm that made men, women, children, insects, beasts, or ghosts fall in love with her. Not the present you, the past you. Yunjoga was a god in his previous life on the Azure Waves continent. Okay, why is she looking for the past me? Yunjoga had a bad feeling. Don't let it be another ill-fated relationship. If I am not wrong, that woman should be the princess of the spirit race, your former maid, Yu Ling Air, Zi Shang said gravely. Ling Air. The face of a beautiful, kind, calm, gentle, and considerate woman immediately appeared in Yunjoga's mind. In terms of who was the most loyal to her in the Divine Palace, Yu Ling Air would definitely be at the top. Even Wan Sha would be behind her. I remember that before I reincarnated, I sent her back to the spirit race to inherit the throne. Yunjoga left a letter for Yu Ling Air, asking her to leave early. Yes, she returned to the spirit race, but not long after, she committed suicide. Wan Sha had told him this in private. Impossible. Yunjoga did not believe it. Even if Yu Ling Air missed her, she should have followed her reincarnation like Wan Sha did. How could she commit suicide? Why would I lie to you? Wan Sha once went to the spirit race to investigate but did not find anything. Zi Shang's expression was heavy. No wonder the devouring power looked so familiar. It is the resentment left behind by Ling Er's suicide. Yunjoga had to accept the truth. The spirit race was a peace-loving race. Although their combat strength was not high, no one dared to offend them. This was because the will they left behind after they died was extremely powerful. Their curses and devouring abilities were even more terrifying. Given the current situation, we cannot use force. We can only use our wits. We must find a way to eliminate her resentment, Zi Shang said solemnly. Right now, Yu Ling Er was only left with a spiritual body. She was undying and indestructible. Even if Yunjoga hardened his heart and used the god fire to kill her, it would be useless. The remaining resentment could not be dispelled. If it was the Yunjoga of the past, he could use his divine power to dispel it, but now it was impossible. I don't even know what her resentment is. How can I get rid of it? In Yunjoga's memory, Yu Ling had a stubborn personality. Once she decided on something, she would not change her mind. Although she would unconditionally obey any order he gave, she would not change her mind. It was difficult to eliminate her resentment. I'm guessing that her resentment is just being with you. There is nothing else. Zi Shang sighed inside. Back then, all the men and women who surrounded the goddess fought desperately to get Yunjoga's attention. Even he was no exception. She has become an earth-bound spirit. She cannot leave Goddess Mountain. Yunjoga sighed. She actually liked Yu Ling Er. She could keep her by her side forever. But her resentment had spread through 100,000 mountains. She could not leave. You have to figure this out yourself. I cannot help you. Zi Shang could help Yunjoga fight, but he could not help her resolve other women's thoughts. You want me to go see her alone? Yunjoga was panicking. The memories from her past life were just memories. In this life, she was still unfamiliar with Yu Ling Er. She was not confident she could deal with her. If she sees me with you, I'm afraid she'll turn evil in an instant. Zi Shang grimaced. Sister Ling Er looked weak, but she was actually very jealous. Seeing him would only make things worse. Okay, I'll go find her and ask her why she committed suicide. Yunjoga gritted her teeth. She did not believe that Yu Ling Er, who was soft on the outside but hard on the inside, would commit suicide for no reason and leave behind so much resentment. No, you cannot ask her this question. Zi Shang denied. Why? If he did not find out the cause of her death, how could he get rid of her obsession? Yu Ling Er's curse has not spread. That means she still has some consciousness. What if you trigger her painful memories and make her go crazy? Zishang had seen the spirit race's resentment go crazy. 100,000 mountains could be destroyed instantly. Okay, I'll find her first. Then we'll act according to the situation. Yunjoga sighed. The sins of her past life had to be resolved even if she cried. Before that, make 5 poison sects spit out what they took. Zishang's gaze was cold. Yuling had a lot of flaws, but she would never bully the weak. She asked 5 poison sect for help because it was an equal exchange. She was not as overbearing and vicious as Black Lawn said. Don't worry, I promise I'll make them spit it out with interest. If 5 poison sect had not been so greedy, they would not have angered Ling. They had to pay for all of this. Miss Yun, what's wrong? Black Lawn saw that Yunjoga's spirit was too weak and could not help but wave a hand in front of her. Yunjoga came back and looked coldly at Black Lawn. Miss Yun, why are you looking at me like that? Black Lawn's scalp felt numb under Yunjoga's gaze. Black Lawn, oh Black Lawn, you still want to hide things from me. Did 5 poison sects fate not teach you a lesson? Yunjoga laughed mockingly. I do not understand Miss Yun's words. Black Lan's eyes flashed and her heart jumped. Had she discovered something? If you hand over the thing, you still have a chance to live. Otherwise. Yunjoga thought of the black eagles in Eagle Park and decided to give Black Lawn another chance. Miss Yun, have you misunderstood something? Father only left behind some remnant thoughts before he died. He did not leave anything else. Black Lawn still wanted to argue, but Yunjoga did not want to listen anymore. I'll give you 1 night to think about it. Do you want to die with the treasure, or do you want to help you and your believers find a way to live? Choose. Yunjoga finished speaking and went straight back to the ice building. She saw Ian Shirley sitting cross-legged in meditation on the 3rd floor. His face was still very pale. Yi Yu was waiting by the side. When he saw Yunjoga return, he immediately asked, "How is it? Are the Black Lawn sisters dead?" Chapter 474. Hearing Yi Yu's question, Yunjoga couldn't help but laugh. Do you want them to die or not? The Miao people in this valley still need them to survive. If possible, let them live. Yi Yu mumbled. He had no romantic feelings for the Wulan sisters. He just felt that it wasn't easy for the 2 of them to support a sect. Don't worry, the 2 sisters are fine. I've already asked about what happened on Goddess Mountain. The nascent soul cultivator in the temple only erupted in resentment because 5 Venom sect cheated her of something. As long as Wulan returns the item to her, everything will be fine, Yunjoga said concisely. That's simple. Yi Yu was stunned. That's simple. Yunjoga nodded. As for what happened between her and Yuling, there was no need to tell them. What did 5 poison sect cheat them of? Ian Shirley, who was meditating at the side, couldn't help but interrupt. Probably a tear. Yunjoga said with complicated feelings. What tear is so powerful? Yi Yu found it unbelievable. No matter what, the 5 poison sect was the most powerful sect in the 100,000 mountains. How could it be possible for such an unreliable thing to attract unexpected disaster? There are many treasures related to tears. I heard that the tears of mermaids can become pearls, the tears of the fire race can become flint, but the most precious is the blood tears of the spirit bead. Legend has it that the blood tears of the spirit race are formed from the purest spiritual power in the world. After a cultivator worships them, they have a chance to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. They are extremely precious treasures. Are you talking about this? Ian Shirley looked suspiciously at Yunjoga. Sect leader is indeed knowledgeable. Yes, this is what I'm talking about. Yunjoga's expression was melancholic. She remembered that Ling once told her that if one day she shed tears of blood, it would be for her. Now that her physical body had disappeared, her soul storage bag couldn't follow her. This was the only treasure she had left. But she couldn't give this to Five Poison Sect's leader. At most, she would let him worship it for a while. Five Poison Sect's leader probably wanted to steal the treasure but ended up being cursed instead. No wonder, this kind of treasure can drive people crazy. I'm afraid Wulon won't take it out easily. Ian surely put himself in her shoes. If he was in her shoes, he wouldn't be willing either. If you can't bear to, then just wait for death. Yunjoga was only giving her time to think about it because Black Orchid had given her a dummy. If she continued to feign ignorance and did not take the initiative to take it out, then she could not blame them for directly snatching it from her. At that time, she could forget about breaking the curse of the Five Poison cult. Sigh, the most difficult thing in the human world is to make a choice. Ian Shirley's words carried a hint of schadenfreude. Don't be in a hurry to sigh. How are you recovering now? If Wulon becomes desperate and takes you as a hostage, I won't have time for you. No matter what choice Wulon made the next day, Yunjoga had to go to Goddess Mountain to find Yulinger. The safety of Ian Shirley and Yi Yu was a problem. Don't worry about me, young Mississippi. I'll just find a random place to hide. I'm sure no one will be able to find me. Although Yi Yu was only at the Foundation establishment middle stage, he had mastered quite a number of secret techniques after cultivating with Junie Chen and the others for so long. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to rescue the Wulon sisters from the Five Venoms cult. You don't have to worry about me. Ian Shirley secretly transmitted his voice to Yunjoga. It's just that my heart of heaven and earth is weak. My physical body is fine. If worst comes to worst, I'll seal my spirit heart and return to being a Ian corpse to follow you. Then seal your spirit heart. I'll just put you in the corpse refining bag. Yunjoga felt that this was a good idea. Alright, but you have to send this brat away first. Ian Shirley's identity as a walking corpse was his biggest secret. He definitely could not reveal it. Alright. Yunjoga called Yi Yu to the side and said, you can't stay here anymore. Go out and find a place to stay first. Yi Yu strangely felt that this excuse sounded very familiar. Go. That's right, Yunjoga was using Luo Tian and Junie Chen as an excuse. He didn't care at all how much psychological trauma it would bring to Yi Yu. I'll go now. Even though Yi Yu knew this was a trap, he could only jump in. He took Yi Yunji and sneaked away from the third floor, disappearing into the shadows. Alright, he's gone. Hurry up and come in. Yunjoga said to Ian Shirley. Ian Shirley closed his eyes. His chest, which had been rising and falling slightly, instantly stopped beating. The blood drained from his face, and he instantly turned into a corpse. Yunjoga used the corpse refining bag to keep Ian Shirley, then sat cross-legged on the ground to regulate his breathing. I'm going out for a walk. Zi Shang suddenly stood up and said. Go, don't go too far. Yunjoga didn't even lift his eyelids. He already had a rough idea of where Zi Shang was going. Zi Shang's figure flashed, and he disappeared without a trace. In the room in the middle of the valley, Wulon stared at the blood teardrop enshrined on it in a daze. After the Five Poison Sect was contaminated by the curse, she risked her life to bring this treasure out. In just a short 3 months, she had advanced from the late stages of the Foundation establishment stage to the Golden Core stage. She believed that as long as she had this treasure, entering the nascent soul stage would not be a problem. Asking her to hand it over was worse than death. But if she didn't hand it over, Forget about Yunjoga, the woman in the temple would not let her go. The reason why she could escape until now was because she had used her father's cover in the 5 poison sect. Even though she knew she could not stay, Wulan was still unwilling. Her eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Finally, she walked out of the room and called Wuya over. Pass down my orders. All believers surround the ice stone building. Sister, what are you doing? Wuya asked. Yunjoga and the Golden Core from Yin Corp sect have a way to deal with the curse and the devouring power. We have to make her hand it over. Wulan instantly made up her mind. As long as she got the way to deal with the curse and the devouring power, even without Yunjoga's help, she could still destroy the woman in the temple. Okay, I'll go immediately. Wuya nodded strongly. She immediately gathered all the believers with cultivation to surround the ice stone building. Yunjoga stood on the 3rd floor of the ice stone building, watching coldly as Wuya brainwashed the believers. Believers, as long as we take down that woman, we can get the way to break the curse. The normal believers were excited as if they saw the light at the end of the tunnel. But they did not know that Wuya was just sending them to their deaths. But the most cunning one was still Wulan. She had been hiding in the back, probably thinking that if Wuya failed, she would come out to smooth things over. It was indeed a good plan. How about it, do you want to kill them all? Zishang silently appeared beside Yunjoga. He was in a bad mood and really wanted to kill some ants for fun. Chapter 475. They're just ignorant people. What's the point of killing them? Since Wulan has made her choice, we don't have to waste time here. Let's go. Yunjoga shook her head. Without looking at Wuya again, she turned and left the building with Zishang. By the time Wuya brought people to kill them, it was already too late. Yunjoga walked out of the valley and summoned Dummy. To Goddess Mountain. A.O. Dummy responded, then dragged the 2 of them towards Goddess Mountain. Yunjoga sat cross-legged on Dummy's back and turned to Zishang. Did you get it? What thing? Zishang raised an eyebrow. Don't play dumb. Didn't you go out to get Ling Er's blood tears? Yunjoga knew what Zishang wanted to do. Humph, your sister Ling shed blood tears for you. Keep them. Zishang took out a jade box unwillingly. He hated everyone who tried to steal Yunjoga from him, even women. Look at how jealous you are. I only see her as a sister. Yunjoga wasn't immoral in her previous life, but she'd never done anything to you, Ling Er. You make it sound nice. Zishang didn't want to appear so petty. But when he thought of how Yunjoga and Ling Er were inseparable, he felt jealous. I can't be bothered with you. Yunjoga rolled her eyes at Zishang and opened the jade box. Inside, there was a crystal clear, incomparably beautiful tear of blood. It gave off a gentle glow in the dark room. Yunjoga reached out to touch the blood tear. Pure spiritual power entered her body through her fingers. It was indescribably comfortable. But so long as one calmed down and looked carefully, one would discover that it contained 1,000 words of speechlessness and boundless deep love, and it was simply unbearable. Yunjoga felt her scalp go numb. She was about to pull her hand back when the blood tear stabbed into her palm and disappeared. What happened? Yunjoga opened her palm. Her skin was as white as jade. There wasn't even a hole. The blood and tears she shed for you will naturally return to you. Now that she has discovered your location, she will probably come to get you. I will return to the mark first. Unless absolutely necessary, do not call out to me. After saying that, Zishang transformed into a beam of light and flew back into the mark on Yunjoga's arm. Hey, you can't just run away like that. Yunjoga pinched the seal, but Zishang did not react at all. Not far away, Goddess Mountain suddenly lit up with a gentle white light. A blanket woven from white threads extended down from the temple and came right in front of Yunjoga. Celestial music played, flower petals fluttered, the Meow people in the temple all knelt on the ground, they stood up and shouted, "Welcome Goddess Darren." Yunjoga smelled a familiar scent coming from the white carpet. It was Yulinger's unique fragrance. The spirit race grew up absorbing pure spiritual energy, so they naturally had a very special body fragrance. This was also the reason why Fei Fei, Black Tyrant, and the others always wanted to run with her. Yunjoga was about to step onto the light carpet when Dummy, who was under her feet, suddenly opened its beak and madly spat out a series of fireballs at the light carpet. The beautiful light carpet suddenly became very fierce. It opened its mouth and swallowed all of Dummy's fireballs. Then it aggressively tried to swallow Dummy. Ow, ow, ow. Dummy was not afraid. Instead, it looked like it was going to die, and it looked like it was going to fight the white silk to the end. Yunjoga hurriedly swatted the white silk away. The ferocious white silk was very weak in front of Yunjoga. After it dispersed, it floated to the side with an aggrieved expression, as if saying, "How could you treat me like this?" Ow, ow, ow. Dummy squinted its eyes and wanted to continue charging. Yunjoga hurriedly pressed down on its big head and shouted, "What are you doing, Dummy? Why are you going crazy? Enemies, kill them all, kill them all." Dummy's muddled brain sent a crazy message to Yunjoga. Originally, its brain was blocked by a golden gray ball of light. Now, the ball of light was even more intense, and its brain was about to explode. Calm down. Yunjoga pinched the thunder fire needle and stabbed it into its Baihui point, forcefully sealing its soul. Dummy's eyes rolled back and it fell straight down. Yunjoga hurriedly grabbed its huge body and stuffed it into the spirit beast bag, but it made Fei Fei and the other spirit beasts unhappy. So fat, it's a hindrance. Bear with it for now. I'll get a bigger one later. Yunjoga comforted Fei Fei while thinking about Dummy going crazy. This gold-core black eagle, which had not yet developed intelligence, had been full of mystery since it appeared. Previously, when Yunjoga communicated with it, she found that it only had the instinct to eat. This was the first time she saw it explode with such a clear thought. Could it be that the white silk had a grudge against it? "Master, what are you thinking about?" A gentle and sweet voice sounded in Yunjoga's ear. She looked up and saw Yuling standing on a cloud made of white silk, looking at her. She was still as beautiful and gentle as she remembered, heroic but not lacking in cuteness. It was just that before, Ling was still human. Now, Ling was just a soul. Her feet were floating, and her feet did not touch the ground. "Ling why did you pick me up again?" In the past, every time she came back from a trip, Yuling would welcome her personally. "Master, I missed you." Yuling seemed to be sighing and smiling. The white silk under her feet turned into a long carpet again, and she brought Yunjoga into the temple. Yunjoga was in the white jade corridor. She finally knew why she felt this temple was a bit familiar. Wasn't this the decoration she had in the temple? Although it was a bit crude, she could still see the prototype. "Originally, I wanted to help you build a new god palace. Unfortunately, there is nothing good in this remote place. Even this little bit of white jade took me a lot of effort." Yuling felt very guilty. She could not give the honorable goddess the best thing she could. "It's okay. If I really let you build a temple, Elder Yu will cry," Yunjoga said very naturally. Elder Yu was one of the builders of the temple. His biggest wish in life was to continuously improve the beauty of the temple. "Master, you must be joking. I don't dare to compare myself to Elder Yu." Yuling giggled. Her eyes and eyebrows curved. The atmosphere was very warm. It was as if time had turned back. Yun Jioga really wanted to ask Yuling why she wanted to commit suicide, but he was afraid the question would provoke her to become evil, so he changed the topic. I took in a Jindan mount that did not have intelligence. When it saw your white silk, it was as if it saw someone who killed its father. Do you have a grudge against it? Are you talking about the black eagle that was so fat I couldn't see? Yuling lowered her head and thought carefully. She even asked her white and gray silk. In the end, she shook her head and said, Master, my white and cursed silk have only appeared in Goddess Mountain and 5 poison sect. They have not consumed any black eagle beasts. Chapter 476. Then why is it shaking? Yun Jioga believed that Yuling wouldn't lie to her. It seemed that dummy was the problem. Mistress, that mount is too ugly. I'll help you find a prettier one. How about a 7-colored peacock? Yuling's slender fingers swept through the air. A beautiful and elegant bird appeared in front of Yun Jioga. It's pretty, but it's not special. Yun Jioga shook her head. Dummy was a bit stupid, but it was already her bird. She had to protect it until the end. You're right. Mistress has good taste. Yuling worshipped Yun Jioga blindly. If Yun Jioga said flowers were smelly and farts were fragrant, she would nod seriously. Of course. Yun Jioga revealed a reserved and slightly arrogant smile. She was starting to find the feeling of being a goddess. Mistress, you've been tired outside all day. I've already prepared a medicinal bath for you. Do you want to go now? Every time Yun Jioga returned from outside, Yuling would prepare a medicinal bath to welcome her. The spirit clan was best at making medicinal baths that could cleanse one's body. It was also Yun Jioga's favorite. There's no hurry. Let me ask you something first. Previously, I had a few companions waiting outside. Did you see them? Yun Jioga briefly explained the symptoms of Cho Sen, Nangongli, and Bailey Moyun. Are you talking about these 3? Yuling crooked her finger and showed the images of Cho Sen, Nangongli, and Bailey Moyun. Yes, them. Yun Jioga nodded. The 3 of them brought tokens to enter the secret land of chaos and asked to see you. After checking, I let them in. Yuling nodded. Wait, you said they had tokens to enter the secret land of chaos. What do you mean? Things were developing differently from what she'd imagined. This god temple leads to a secret area called chaos. I am the gatekeeper. As long as you have a token to enter the secret area, you can enter. I remember that their token was a woman lying in a coffin. Yuling waved her finger and drew the scene of what had happened. Cho Sen, Nangongli, and Bailey Moyun were carrying a blood-red coffin. Inside lay Nangongyu. Damn! Yun Jioga cursed inwardly. He never thought that Nangongyu would be the token to enter the mystic realm. What was even more hateful was that Nangongli and Bailey Moyun might have already known about this matter, yet they still deceived her together with Cho's senator. This was truly intolerable. Yun Jioga swore that if he met them in the mystic realm, he would beat them until their teeth fell out. Sir, I know you are here to enter Chaos Secret Land, but I will not let you in, Yuling suddenly said. Why? Yun Jioga frowned. Because if you go in, you will die for sure. You have already reincarnated twice. If you reincarnate again, you will truly fall into the world of mortals and suffer the pain of reincarnation. Yuling spoke word by word. Ling do you know something? Originally, Yun Jioga thought that Yuling had become a resentful spirit because she was too obsessed with him. Now it seemed that there was more to it than met the eye. That's right. The reason I became a spirit was to protect you here and stop you from dying. Er's words surprised Yunjoga. Why are you so sure that I will die in Chaos Secret Land? Who told you that? Er was not good at divination. Someone must have instigated her. Li Wei told me. Er's answer surprised Yunjoga. Impossible. Li Wei immediately left with me when I reincarnated. Why would he go find you? You must have been tricked, Yunjoga said without hesitation. Sir, it doesn't matter if you are tricked or not. You have already lost your divine power. You are no longer the omnipotent goddess you used to be. Er's expression was sad, and her voice was pained. Sir, in your past life, you sacrificed yourself to save the world. In this life, just live your life well. Don't worry about those trivial things, okay? If the nest is overturned, there will be no eggs left intact. If this catastrophe really comes, I will not be able to escape death. Yunjoga wanted to find a place to hide and live, but if the catastrophe really came, the entire Kanglan continent would be destroyed. She would be finished too. Sir, don't worry. Even if Kanglan continent falls apart, the temple I built for you will be fine. Waved her hand, and the entire temple turned gray. It was built with curse power and devouring power, like the strongest fortress. No matter how strong your temple is, what is the point of just the two of us? Plus, was no longer human. I knew you would say that, so I invited your friends to accompany you. Smiled. Juni Chen and Luo Tian appeared respectfully in front of Yunjoga. Behind them was Yi Yu. This unlucky kid had been captured not long after he left Black Orchid Valley. You took their souls. What is the difference between them and puppets? Yunjoga frowned. Master, you misunderstand me, said gently. I saw that their cultivation was too low, and they were not worthy of being your friends. That is why I took their souls and nurtured them. Once I put them back, they will have gold core cultivation. Yunjoga was speechless. Was very good at nurturing souls. She could even nurture a nascent soul, let alone a gold core. Sir, the medicinal bath I prepared is getting cold. Hurry up and soak in it. Took Yunjoga's hand and walked through the hallway to the bath. The inside was also carved with white jade. The white bath was divided into 2 layers, like a big pot covering a small pot. The outermost layer was sprayed with spirit water. The middle layer was filled with milky white liquid. It was full of spirit energy and smelled good. Sir, you were poisoned by the 9-bone crusher, explained. Your meridians have been greatly damaged. This medicinal bath can repair your damaged meridians and purify your spirit root. Although it can't reach the phoenix body you had in your past life, it can raise your root to beyond the 1st rank. She came over to help Yunjoga take off his clothes. No, I can do it myself. Yunjoga had bathed with in his past life, but their relationship now was different. It would be strange if they were to be naked. Sir, you used to bathe with me. Sighed. She looked sad. The devouring white silk and cursing gray silk also looked listless. You said that I have reincarnated twice. Everything is different. Yunjoga hardened his heart. He did not want to give Yuling any hope. I know you like Zishang the most, and I know he is always by your side. But it doesn't matter. As long as you are happy, that is fine. Bowed to Yunjoga. Then you can bathe yourself. I will guard the door. If you need anything, just tell me. Then she left. When the door closed, Yunjoga immediately called for Zishang. Come out, come out. Chapter 477. Amidst Yunjoga's urgent calls, Zishang finally appeared. He raised his hand and threw her into the pool. With a bang, water splashed everywhere. Yunjoga emerged from the water and shouted angrily, "What are you doing? It's such a good bath." "It would be a waste not to soak in it," Zishang said matter-of-factly. "Why are you soaking in a stupid bath at a time like this?" Yunjoga thought Zishang was crazy. "This bath is good for your body. Hurry up and take off your clothes." Zishang quickly stripped Yunjoga naked. Yunjoga felt a cold breeze on her chest. She quickly sat in the pool and only poked her head out. She asked Zishang, "You heard what Yuling has said, right?" "Yes." Zishang put Yunjoga's clothes on the edge of the pool. "How do you feel? Did Li Wei really encourage her to kill herself?" Yunjoga had been reincarnated for too long. She couldn't be sure if those people were still loyal to her. "What did you tell Li Wei?" Zishang turned around and asked. "I told him to reincarnate with me immediately without delay," Yunjoga said with certainty. "Then he won't do anything unnecessary. Li Wei has always been a stickler for rules. If you say one thing, he definitely won't do another." Zishang had been by Yunjoga's side for the longest time and knew her divine guards like the back of his hand. So someone pretended to be Li Wei and went to find Yuling. Who? Yunjoga thought quickly but had no clues. "You immediately reincarnated after mending the sky. The god palace was in chaos. I don't know who it was, but that person must have hidden very well. Even Wan Sha couldn't find any clues." Zishang and Wan Sha had made many guesses, but they couldn't be sure who did it. "Damn, if I find out who's behind this, I'll kill him." Yunjoga was angry. The gentle and considerate servant suddenly turned evil and attacked. Even a saint would go crazy. "I'll think of a way to send this back for Wan Sha to investigate. But right now, the most important thing is to find Li Wei in the realm of chaos. If that person pretended to be him, there must be a reason," Zishang said. "You know Ling Er's personality. If she's determined to stop me, there's nothing I can do." Yunjoga sighed. Ling had always been stubborn. Originally, she only needed to serve for 10 years before she could leave to inherit the spirit race. But after she took office, she insisted on staying. She would rather be a little maidservant by her side and manage the daily chores of life than return to the spirit race to become the supreme empress. She had even chased away all of the elders who had come to persuade her. Now that she was a spirit and only had her will left, and was even. "Talk to her again. She listens to you the most." Zishang paused for a moment before continuing, "If it really doesn't work, you can order her to commit suicide. Even if she listens to my orders and commits suicide, she won't do it willingly. At that time, her resentment will still erupt." Yunjoga rolled his eyes at Zishang and kept coming up with bad ideas. "Ling of Shang of with of Yun," Zishang said. He thought. "She of. However, he only dared to say these words in his heart. He didn't dare let Yunjoga hear him, or else she would definitely reprimand him. No matter how many times Yunjoga reincarnated, she would always have a goddess complex. She pitied the world and hated killing the innocent. By the way, Chosun actually brought 2 Foundation establishment cultivators to the mystic realm alone. Do you think he's out of his mind? Yunjoga felt depressed at the mention of this. Chosun didn't have that idea before. "It's possible Nangongyu instigated it," Zishang said. "I should have asked Nangongli to hand over Nangongyu's soul. She was too soft-hearted. Handing it over is useless. Yuling won't let you go." In the end, none of you will get in, Zishang said realistically. According to you, they were right to get rid of me. Yunjoga glared at Zishang. Did he know how to talk? No. If they knew Yuling would stop you, then Nangongyu has a problem. Yunjoga and Yuling's relationship was known only by the people of God Palace. How could a regular cultivator like Nangongyu know? I think so too. Nangongyu is the token to enter the hidden territory of chaos. What happened to her in the hidden territory? Yunjoga found that there were more and more mysteries in this hidden territory of chaos. The most important thing now is to find a way to enter the hidden territory. Otherwise, it would be pointless to say anything else. After going around in a circle, they still returned to this topic. Yunjoga couldn't help but sigh. Just then, Yuling's voice came from outside. Master, are you done? Zishang immediately slipped back into Yunjoga's mark. He was determined not to meet Yuling. Wait. Yunjoga just realized that the white medicinal liquid in the bath had turned gray. She used the spiritual water on the outside to clean herself and put on the clothes Yuling prepared. The pure white robe looked like it was woven from clouds. It softly clung to her body. The long hem was like silk rippling in the water, swaying with Yunjoga's steps. She pushed open the door. The faint fragrance of flowers was refreshing, and heavenly music was pleasant to the ear. 2 rows of servants in blue dresses stood on either side. Yuling came forward with a smile and said, Sir, I have prepared your favorite heaven fragrance stew. Go and eat. When Yunjoga ate, she mentioned her mission and the world to Yuling. She even took out her god fire to show Yuling that she could protect her. When Yuling saw Yunjoga's pitiful amount of god power, she almost cried. She was even more determined to protect her. At night, Yunjoga firmly refused Yuling's suggestion to stay with her. She lay down on the cloud bed, exhausted. TCH, how stupid are you to show your god power to her? Zishang said unceremoniously. If you can do it, then do it. Yunjoga snapped. Zishang didn't say anything. He really couldn't do anything to Yuling. If the soft way doesn't work, then I'll do it the hard way. Yunjoga jumped up from the bed and decided to go into the hidden territory of chaos. She quietly opened the door and found there were only puppet guards in the hallway. She stealthily walked toward the god temple. The god temple was beautiful and spacious. There was only one statue in the main hall, and top-level spirit incense was placed under it. The statue was carved from white jade. It looked similar to Yunjoga, but the temperament was completely different. Yunjoga looked at the mysterious, beautiful, noble, and merciful statue and confirmed that she was different from before. Before, she was a god. Now, she was a human, and a human with mediocre power. But no matter what, she still had to carry the responsibility on her shoulders. Yunjoga pulled herself together and started to search for the secret door. She finally found the mechanism under the statue. The secret door opened, revealing a dark passageway. Chapter 478. Yunjoga walked in without hesitation. He saw that the dark walkway was filled with black death air. It was a stark contrast to the beautiful temple. At the end of the walkway was the entrance to the secret place. A disgusting smell wafted into his nose. There was a mirror at the entrance of the secret place, and it reflected a horrible scene. There were thousands of miles of white bones. It was like hell on earth. This is not a secret place, it's a place of death. Yunjoga reached out to touch the mirror but found nothing. This is just a small part of the secret place. If you want to go in, you must find the real entrance, Zishang said from inside Yunjoga's mark. Where is the real entrance? Yunjoga opened his spirit eye and looked around, but there was nothing. Only Yuling knows the real entrance, and only she can open it. He was powerless. I thought you could do anything. Yunjoga noticed that Zishang was very careful around Yuling. He didn't even dare show his face. That depends on the situation. Unless I kill myself and become a spirit body, then I can fight her. The curse and the devouring power were formed by resentment. After finding Yunjoga, he had no regrets. It would be difficult to kill himself. In the end, I still need her help. Yunjoga felt like this was an unsolvable problem. Not good, she's here. Just as Zishang spoke, Yuling appeared in front of Yunjoga. At this time, the handsome and beautiful face was ashen like a corpse. Her red eyes stared at Yunjoga as she angrily and sorrowfully said, "My lord, I have already done this, why won't you listen to me? Ling, I have to go to this secret place." Yunjoga tried to reason with her. But Yuling didn't want to listen. "Mister, you have been bewitched. I will not watch you die." After Yuling said this, she used the gray silk to bring Yunjoga back to the room and lock him up. "Yuling, what do you mean? Are you going to lock me up?" Yunjoga couldn't believe the once gentle and beautiful Ling would treat him like this. "Mister, I am doing this for your own good. One day, you will understand my difficulties." Yuling's voice faded away, leaving behind only the gray silk around the room. Angrily, Yunjoga ignited his divine flame and aimed it at the grayish-white threads. Unfortunately, even after burning layer after layer, she couldn't even burn a hole until her divine power was exhausted. "It's useless. You're too weak right now." Zishang didn't want to hurt Yunjoga's feelings, but this was reality. F***ck. Yunjoga's chest heaved violently, but he quickly calmed down. Losing his temper wouldn't solve the problem. He had to think of another way. "Zishang, what do you think about me tricking her into not going to the Arcana realm, then leaving this place and finding another passage to enter?" Yunjoga recalled what Bailey Moyun had said, that the Golden Core cultivators of the 5 great sects of the righteous path had formed teams and entered the mystic realm through another passage. "It's useless. She will never let you go." Zishang waved his hand and an image appeared before Yunjoga. The goddess mountain had already been covered by the densely packed threads, turning into an incomparably tall mountain. "Even if I take you and escape, she will chase you to the ends of the earth. Everywhere she goes, lives will be lost. I'm guessing that the person who encouraged Yuling to kill herself would love to see that happen." Although Zishang didn't know who that person was, he was sure that they didn't have good intentions. "Then what do I do? Am I going to be trapped here until I die?" Yunjoga was depressed. "There's nothing bad about being trapped here. Yuling is best at making medicinal baths to help people train their bodies and also to nurture their souls. If you cultivate here for 10 years, forget Yuaning, you'll be able to reach demigod." Zishang was giving Yunjoga hope. If demigod is so easy, then how come there's only one goddess in a few thousand years? Yunjoga said impatiently. "Since we can't get out now, why don't we take care of ourselves? That will be good for you." Zishang wasn't in a hurry to leave because of this. If Yuling was used well, it would be an opportunity for Yunjoga. "Okay then." Yunjoga sighed. Solving Yuling's obsession required time. Now, he had no other choice. The next day, Yunjoga took the initiative to ask Yuling to make a medicinal bath for her. Yuling was very excited. She felt that Yunjoga had thought it through, so she immediately made one for her. Just like this, she soaked for 3 days. Yunjoga's meridians were unprecedentedly good. In an instant, she entered gold core from the early stage of foundation establishment. It was even faster than wearing the wind and thunder wings. Yunjoga was very uneasy. Making a powerful medicinal bath required a lot of resources. Yuling didn't have enough, so she could only plunder. She didn't know what was going on in the 100,000 mountains. This feeling made her very uneasy. Zishang, we can't go on like this. We have to find a way to leave. Otherwise, I'm afraid Ling will do something stupid. Yunjoga looked for Zishang to discuss. Yuling only made a few medicinal baths. What's there to worry about? Zishang naturally knew that Yuling was plundering resources, but he didn't care. In any case, when the calamity arrived, the continent would be destroyed. It was better to give them to Yunjoga to nourish. In the end, this was what Blue Wave's continent owed her. What do you mean? You also don't want me to go to Primal Chaos' secret territory. The more Yunjoga thought about it, the more she felt it was possible. Previously, Zishang had always wanted to seal her memory and make her a sweet and innocent girl. I don't. Zishang had an innocent expression. How could he admit that he was the same as Yuling her? He wanted to find a safe place to hide Yunjoga. He didn't want her to sacrifice herself for the common people. It would be strange if I believed you. Sure enough, relying on others was enough. Yunjoga decided to save herself. The first thing she did was to find an ally. The maids and guards of this divine palace, including Yiyu, Luo Tian, and Junichen, were all controlled by Yuling. However, there was an exception, and that was Yiyunji. Yiyunji was Yiyu's own corpse. Because of her ugly appearance, Yuling didn't like her. So, she was placed outside the divine palace. However, she wasn't forbidden from entering or leaving the divine palace. Yunjoga was looking for an ally. Everyone thought that Yiyunji's consciousness had already dissipated. However, Yunjoga could use the world's spirit heart to attach a part of her soul to see what was happening outside. Yunjoga didn't even tell Zishang about this. When she was soaking in the medicinal bath, she used the power of the world's spirit heart to secretly attach herself to Yiyunji. Because Yiyunji had the aura of the shrine, when Yunjoga controlled her to leave, those white threads didn't have any reaction. At this moment, Goddess Mountain was already occupied by endless gray threads. It took Yunjoga some time to leave. When she left Goddess Mountain and walked outside, she was stunned by everything in front of her. Chapter 479. Yunjoga looked around in shock, only to see 10 miles of withered yellow land without a single blade of grass growing. The brown soil was exposed. It was like a completely different world from before. What had Yuling done? Yunjoga felt very uneasy and decided to find someone to ask. He flew toward the Black Orchid Valley. The most eye-catching building of ice and stone in the valley had already been leveled to the ground. At the foot of the mountain, there was a huge bonfire made of peachwood branches. Above the bonfire were numerous Miao people whose bodies were half petrified. They piled up in layers, their eyes filled with despair and fear. Sister, I don't want to die, please don't burn me. At the top of the pile was Wuya. Her lower body was already petrified, and her upper body was tied up with ropes. She kept begging Black Orchid to let her go. Sister, I'm sorry. The once high-spirited Black Orchid's eyes were now red and her face was green. She looked ragged and tired. She stood in front of the bonfire with a torch in her hand and said to Wuye in pain, "The curse has begun to spread. The ice stone can no longer suppress the curse. If I don't burn you to death, the curse will only get worse. Sister, please don't hate me. I have no choice. Black Orchid cried as she said this, then ruthlessly threw the torch towards the fire. Just as the torch was about to fall, a stone flew out of nowhere and extinguished the fire in an instant. Who is it? Wulan turned her head and saw a familiar and ugly Yin corpse standing not far away. Big brother Yiyu, he must have come back to save us, Wuya shouted while struggling. When she had brought people into the ice stone building and found that Yiyu had left with the Yin corpses, she had guessed that he had removed the curse. After all, he was the only person that could stop the curse from spreading. Yiyu, have you come to save us? Black Orchid looked around in despair. She now deeply regretted not giving the blood tears to Yunjoga. Now that the treasure was gone, her sister and her followers could not be saved. If she was given another chance, she would not hesitate to give up the treasure. Yunjoga said nothing. She only gestured for Black Orchid to follow her. Black Orchid followed without hesitation. Yunjoga brought Wulan to a secluded and remote place before transmitting to her, I am Yunjoga. Miss Yun, how could you possess a Yin corpse? Wuya was shocked. She remembered that Yunjoga was only at the foundation establishment stage. Forcefully possessing someone else would be very harmful to his soul. I don't have time to explain things to you. Tell me, what happened to Goddess Mountain? How could so many of your cultivators be petrified? Yunjoga only had 2 hours. He had to return before Zishang and Yuling are found out. The devouring power around Goddess Mountain suddenly erupted. Not only did it suck dry the spirit veins of the mountains and rivers nearby, it even snuck into our valley and devoured the cultivation of many cultivators. Black Orchid's mood was incredibly heavy. The Goddess Mountain's divine temple had been established for a long time, but it had always been extremely obedient. She didn't think that it would be so terrifying when it erupted, simply as terrifying as a plague. Is the situation serious? Yunjoga's heart tightened. I don't know what to say. Miss Yun, take a look for yourself. Black Orchid called Great Shun over. Yunjoga followed the Black Orchid and flew out of the valley towards the place where the normal Miao people gathered. Along the way, all kinds of wild beasts were running towards the depths of the forest as if they were escaping from some disaster. The small river, which used to be filled with gurgling sounds, had mostly dried up, revealing the grayish-yellow riverbed. The poor Miao people knelt by the riverside with looks of despair on their faces, praying for the river to flow again. Miss Yun, we're not the only cultivators in the 100,000 mountains. There are also many normal people. That woman in the divine temple devoured the spirit veins and stole resources. If this continues, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering, and corpses will be everywhere. I beg you to help me get rid of her. Black Orchid suddenly knelt down and bowed deeply to Yunjoga. Yunjoga released a gentle force to support her knees and said, if you really have the heart, then help these living beings. I'll think of a way to deal with the divine temple. With that, she jumped off Great Shun's back and flew back to the divine temple. After Yunjoga placed Yi Yunji in Yiyu's house, her soul returned to her body. Are you crazy? You actually split your soul to go out and play. If your soul is destroyed, you'll be an idiot for the rest of your life. Zishang looked at Yunjoga furiously. Seeing that Yunjoga wasn't moving in the water, he thought that something had happened to her. He didn't expect her to split her soul and go out. Yunjoga didn't say anything and only looked at him coldly. What's wrong? Zishang sensed that something was wrong. You know what Yuling did, right? The outside world was already in chaos, and she didn't believe that Zishang didn't know anything. What did Yuling do? Didn't she just make a medicinal bath for you? Zishang turned his head slightly and avoided Yunjoga's gaze. She used other people's lives to help me make a medicinal bath, and you say that's all? Yunjoga angrily slammed her palm on the water, and the dark red medicinal liquid splashed onto Zishang's handsome face. You didn't ask her to do it. Even if the Tao of Heaven blames her, it won't be on you. Zishang was expressionless. Cultivators fought against the heavens, and it didn't matter what method they used, as long as it worked. Yunjoga knew that Zishang was a bit cold towards the people of the world, but she didn't expect him to be this cold. She angrily stood up from the water, put on her robe, and walked out. Where are you going? Zishang pulled Yunjoga back. I'm going to find Yuling and ask her. Flames danced in Yunjoga's eyes, ready to shoot out at any moment. Once upon a time, the spirit race was loved for their kindness and generosity. Now, Yuling was scarier than a demon. This wasn't someone she knew. She cares about you. If you go looking for her like this, won't you hurt her too much? Zishang didn't want Yunjoga and Yuling to fight. I don't know what happened to make you all so cold and cruel, but don't say that you're doing it for my good. I don't want you to disgust me. Yunjoga stared at Zishang and said word by word. Zishang's heart shook, and he didn't dare stop her. He could only watch as Yunjoga left the hall. When Yunjoga found Yuling she was making a spiritual liquid in the alchemy room. The walls of the alchemy room were filled with thick, transparent tubes that were filled with the spiritual power of the mountains. This spiritual power was the foundation of all things. Only the spirit race, who had mastered spiritual power, could extract it. Mister, why are you here? Yuling put down the spirit bottle in her hand and looked at Yunjoga with surprise. Congratulations, mister. Your cultivation has increased again. Yunjoga realized that after soaking in the medicinal bath, he had reached the middle stage of the golden core stage. This kind of speed was shocking. Chapter 480. The legends say that the power of mountains is the best way to increase cultivation. It is true. Yuling looked at Yunjoga with satisfaction. She was glad she was a spirit race. This way, she could help Master quickly increase cultivation. No one else could do this, not even the so-called strongest Emperor Zishang. Who did you hear this from? Yunjoga asked. That person had clearly misled Yuling Yuling froze. She frowned and thought for a moment. In the end, she shook her head. I don't remember. I think I heard someone talk about it when I was in the God Palace, but I don't remember who it was. She had turned into a soul. Other than her loyalty to Yunjoga, many things had disappeared with time. Yunjoga felt sad. She guessed it was the person pretending to be Li Wei who had misled Yuling Though Yuling had done this because she had been tricked, Yunjoga could not forgive her. Take these things apart. Yunjoga pointed at the tubes that were sucking out the power of mountains. Why? Yuling refused. She had spent a lot of effort to make these tubes. It would be difficult to make another set. Yuling do you think you are helping me? You are harming me. Yunjoga's eyes were filled with anger. What is it? Is there a problem with the medicinal bath? Impossible. These are prescriptions I have carefully designed. They should be good for your body. Yuling was very confident in her prescriptions. Good for my body, but what about my heart? Yunjoga looked at Yuling and said, You have been with me for hundreds of years. You should know what kind of person I am. If I used the power of mountains to increase my cultivation, would the spirit race still exist? When Yunjoga's mother was pregnant, she suddenly discovered that her daughter had the unique phoenix body. She suddenly had the idea to raise this child into a goddess. Not only did she spend all the resources that the god palace had accumulated for thousands of years, but she also captured the children of the spirit race and threatened them to suck out the mountain's spirit energy. The spirit race was almost destroyed because of this. It wasn't until Yunjoga grew up that he gave the order to seal off the mountains and return the divine power to the mountains that had suffered. Only then did the spirit race recover. The spirit race has suffered in the past. Why must you inflict the suffering on others? Yunjoga barked. Sir, I just... Her's ruddy face turned ashen and her lips trembled. She wanted to explain but was interrupted by Yunjoga. I know you are doing this for my own good, but this is not what I want. Destroy the tube and restore the power of the mountains and rivers. No. Heir gritted her teeth and stubbornly said, I am the one who absorbed the power of the mountains and rivers. Even if there is a divine punishment, it will only fall on me. As long as you are well, Heir has no regrets. An obsession was an obsession because it could not be removed. Even Heir herself could not remove it. Yunjoga finally gave up on trying to reason with Heir. Heir, who used to be magnanimous and reasonable, was already dead. What was left was only her devil-like obsession. Since there was no way to convince him, he could only use forceful methods. Heir, from the moment you chose to kill yourself, you have given up the right to follow me. Go where you belong. Yunjoga's hand emitted a golden godfire. The holy light covered the entire place. The faint golden light contained a terrifying and dangerous power. The grand and majestic god temple turned to dust, revealing the curse's instinct to devour. Heir's body floated in the air. Her gray eyes looked painfully at Yunjoga and said, Sir, do you want to kill me? It is not that I want to kill you. You have already killed yourself. Yunjoga sighed and flicked his finger. The golden godfire flew towards Heir. No, I don't want to die. Heir's hair stood up. Gray death marks snaked down from her forehead to her entire body. The wild curse's devouring power surged. The entire goddess mountain was shaking. Endless gray threads blocked Yunjoga's godfire in the air. The golden light gradually dimmed. Yunjoga's expression did not change. He kept sending spirit power into the godfire. Seeing the horrifying Heir in her darkened state, she was even more determined to destroy her at all costs. Otherwise, before the catastrophe arrived, Heir would have pierced through the azure-tide continent. Sir! Heir also felt Yunjoga's murderous intent. She had sacrificed everything for Master, abandoning her life and her clansmen, only to receive Master's merciless killing intent. She was not willing. Heir's resentment was getting heavier and heavier. The grayish-white threads started to turn black, as if they were dyed by ink. They even darkened the sky of Goddess Mountain. The billowing resentment condensed into black clouds in the sky. Countless lonely souls and wild ghosts were trembling and howling in the clouds. It was as if a catastrophe was coming to the entire 100,000 mountains. The ordinary Miao people thought that the deity was enraged and was going to bestow punishment, and all of them prostrated on the ground trembling. The flying insects, birds, and beasts flew around in panic, but they couldn't find any safe place at all. Black Orchid was standing guard by the fire. Although she had Yunjoga's guarantee, she did not dare to release her cursed clansman and sister. When she saw the resentment clouds on top of Goddess Mountain, an expression of extreme fear appeared on her face. Although she wanted Yunjoga to deal with the demoness, it was definitely not a situation where both sides would suffer. Otherwise, even if Yunjoga could kill the demoness, 100,000 mountains would be destroyed, and they wouldn't be able to survive. As the wind and clouds changed color, Yunjoga floated in the sky, her clothes fluttering in the wind. Although the divine fire on her fingertip was weak, there was no sign of it being extinguished. She kept advancing towards Yuling-er. Yunjoga knew that Yuling-er was very wronged, very sad, and very angry. But other than destroying it, she had no other way to resolve it. At this moment, a purple spear whistled through the clouds. Everywhere it passed, the grayish-black threads were all shattered. Yuling-er raised her hand, and a huge black hand grabbed at the spear. The two collided with each other, creating a loud bang. A huge shock wave rippled out, setting off monstrous waves. Yunjoga was blown away by the huge waves and involuntarily flew into the distance. Finally, she fell into a gentle but firm embrace. Zishang, why are you here? Yunjoga looked in shock at Zishang standing behind her. Hadn't this guy been hiding from Yuling-er? Zishang, you've finally shown yourself. Yuling-er's eyes were full of hatred. I didn't want to disturb your reunion with Joga, but now you've gone too far, Zishang said calmly. I've gone too far. Yuling-er laughed coldly. When Master reincarnated, you were the first to steal the reincarnation stone, and then you destroyed the rest, making it so that no one else could pass. Do you know how despicable and shameless you are? Chapter 481. Yes, I am despicable. If it was you, you wouldn't be any better. Zishang had to admit that he was such a shameless demon. When Yunjoga had reincarnated, the God Palace had prepared 10 reincarnation stones. He had rushed in first to take the stone and then destroyed the other 9. He wanted to take Yunjoga while he was reincarnating. He was very happy that he had done it. My loyalty to Master can be seen by the sun and the moon. A despicable person like you can't compare. Yuling-er shouted. Your loyalty is to fight against Lady Goddess. You've really broadened my horizons. Zishang laughed coldly and said proudly, no matter how despicable I am, at least I always listen to her. You, on the other hand, dared to attack the goddess. If this was the God Palace, you would have been skinned and your tendons pulled out. I did not. Yuling-er screamed. Her resentment exploded and dyed the gray threads of the curse black. Stop talking. Yunjoga couldn't help but pull Zishang. She finally knew why Zishang hadn't come out before. He was a disaster. As soon as he came out, he made Yuling-er go crazy. Don't worry. I know what I am doing. Zishang patted Yunjoga's hand and then said to Yuling-er, you say you are loyal to Master, but you can't even give her what she wants. What right do you have to stand next to her? The most important thing to Master is the Sun of Life. Can you afford it? Yuling-er said with disdain. If you could, you wouldn't be like this. You are wrong. I have already given her the Sun of Life, Zishang said shamelessly. Zishang boasted shamelessly. Not only was Yuling-er shocked, but even Yunjoga was shocked. Sun of Life. What the hell was that? Was it the egg in her stomach? Impossible. Yuling-er denied it. Back then, Yunjoga had been obsessed with the Sun of Life. All the elite men of the races had filled up the harem. Yunjoga's status was so high that he couldn't pamper them all. Yuling had taken people to test them and used their life essence to cultivate. But she had never succeeded. That's right. When did I get pregnant? Why didn't I know about it? Yunjoga could not help but send a voice transmission to Zishang. No one knows what the Sun of Life looks like. All they know is that it will crawl out of your stomach. If you say the egg in your stomach is the Sun of Life, no one will doubt it, Zishang replied firmly. You want me to lie to her? Yunjoga was enlightened. Do you have a better idea? Zishang asked. All right. Yunjoga made up his mind. She did not want to fight with Yulinger. It would be best if they could settle this peacefully. When he thought of this, Yunjoga decided to join forces with Zishang to lie. She touched her flat belly and said to Yulinger, "Yes, I am pregnant." "I don't believe it." Yulinger widened her eyes. "You can take a look if you don't believe me." Yunjoga bit the bullet and said. Yulinger stared at Yunjoga's abdomen. She saw a small white egg inside. Under her body was the soft red carpet made from her tears of blood. Is this the son of life? Yulinger looked at the white egg. She looked like she was crying and laughing at the same time. She had tried so hard to help Yunjoga achieve something she could not. Zishang had easily succeeded. Everything she had done was so laughable. What obsession! What protection! It had all become a joke. Yulinger, you should know about the goddess's divination. As long as she is pregnant with the son of life, she will be able to save the world. Now that the goddess has gotten what she wanted, you are stopping her. You are not helping her, you are harming her. Zishang continued to press on. Every word he said hit Yulinger's heart. So, this is all my fault. Yulinger's body flickered between white and black. Yunjoga could not help but feel nervous. Whether or not she could succeed depended on this moment. If Yulinger continued to be evil, they would have to fight to the death. That was not something she wanted to see. Just then, Zishang added, Yulinger, I know you want to stay and protect the goddess. There is a way to make up for your mistake. What is it? Yulinger looked at Zishang. I heard that the spirit race has a secret technique that can transform spirits into protective threads. Zishang said calmly. Zishang. Yunjoga interrupted Zishang. He was going to turn Yulinger into dust and scatter her soul. Okay. Yulinger nodded and smiled sadly at Yunjoga. Sir, I was wrong this time. Please do not be angry. Linger, you can still reincarnate. Come find me again. Yunjoga did not want to see Yulinger disappear forever. If I reincarnate again, I will not be Yulinger. Sir, let me accompany you for the rest of your days. Yulinger smiled and closed her eyes. Her body began to dissipate, turning into specks of starlight. They all merged into the curse and the devouring threads. Finally, they condensed into a pale gold thread like moonlight that fell onto Yunjoga. The resentful clouds dissipated. Golden sunlight pierced through the clouds and illuminated the entire 100,000 mountains. The statues of the 5 poison sect fell to the ground, revealing the people with blank faces. Chun Sanyang found her ball of thread lying on the ground. She still did not understand the situation. Wulan found the lime on her sister's body falling off and quickly helped her down from the fire. Spirit power returned to the mountains and rivers. The river surged again. The Miao people cheered. The fish, insects, birds, and beasts also shouted happily. Yunjoga looked at the pale gold thread wrapped around her hand with a complicated expression. This is the sky-level spirit thread condensed from Yulinger's soul power. After you put it in your dantian, it will be of great benefit to your cultivation, Zishang said softly. Didn't you think of all this a long time ago? Yunjoga looked up at Zishang. This is the best ending for her. Zishang did not deny that after he found out Yulinger had become a spirit, he had been thinking of turning her into a sky-level spirit thread. Despicable. Yunjoga scolded fiercely. She could not feel any hatred. After all, everything Zishang did was for her. Thank you for the compliment. Zishang did not hide his despicable and dirty heart. As long as he could make Yunjoga stronger, no matter how despicable he was, it would not be too much. Yunjoga was too lazy to talk to him. She put the moon spirit thread back into her dantian and turned to look at the collapsed temple. She saw Yi Yunji helping Yi Yu climb out. "Young miss, what happened?" Yi Yu climbed out of the ashes and looked around with a dazed expression. He was shocked to find that he was already at the middle stage of foundation establishment. He only remembered that after he left the valley with the Yin corpses, he was caught in a grey net and dragged away. He did not remember anything after that. Chapter 482. The Divine Temple is gone. Yunjoga said. Divine Temple? This is the Divine Temple? Yi Yu was even more shocked. How did young mistress kill that nascent soul realm cultivator without his knowledge? This was too awesome. Let's save Junie Chen and Luo Tian first. Yunjoga was not in the mood to explain. Oh, okay. Yi Yu called Yi Yunji over. As he was about to rescue them, he saw Little Ming and Little Red fly out with their respective masters and land in front of Yunjoga. Young mistress, why are you here? Luo Tian was shocked. What happened? How did I become a Golden Core Realm cultivator? Junie Chen was even more shocked. It's a long story. I'll tell you when I have the chance. First, clean up this place and take over 5 poison sect. 10,000 mountains will be yours in the future. 5 poison sect was not a good thing. If they didn't want to steal Yulinger's blood and tears, they wouldn't end up like this. Yes. Luo Tian nodded without hesitation. He hadn't received a mission from Yunjoga for a long time. Not to mention taking over 5 poison sect, he would even agree to take over Yin Corpse sect. What, are you in a hurry to leave? Junie Chen noticed the farewell in Yunjoga's words. Yes. Yunjoga nodded. Little Ming and Little Red flew to her feet and were reluctant to leave. Follow your master. Yunjoga patted their heads and fed them 3 cherry pills. Young mistress, where are you going? Luo Tian asked. I'm going to the chaotic secret realm under the Divine Temple to do something. Yunjoga briefly mentioned the secret realm. She had spent too much time here. She had to enter the secret realm to find Li Wei and Cho Sr. We'll go with you, Yi Yu said quickly. No need. You have your own mission. Just guard 10,000 mountains. There must be a reason why the Divine Temple chose to set up camp here. Yulinger had disappeared, but Yunjoga believed it was not over yet. The person who impersonated Li Wei must have something up his sleeves. She could not take care of it alone. She had to have someone she could trust. Eldest miss, don't worry. We will definitely defend the Myriad Mountains. Hearing Yunjoga's words, Luo Tian and the other 2 felt as though a heavy burden had been placed on their shoulders. We're leaving. Yunjoga bade them farewell in a straightforward manner before he led Zishang down the Divine Temple. Although the top had collapsed into a large area, the bottom was undamaged, and the dark passageway's death qi was even more intense. Are we really going? Zishang was still thinking about Yulinger's prophecy that Yunjoga would die in the primal chaos mystic realm. The scion of life was fake. What if something really happened? Of course. Yunjoga nodded. Then, he directed the moon spirit threads to fly into the depths of the phantom. The moon spirit thread spread out and devoured the space, quickly revealing a round black hole. Let's go. Yunjoga led Zishang into the black hole. After a moment of spatial distortion, Yunjoga and Zishang fell to the ground one after another. How did you become so heavy? Yunjoga was heavily pressed down by Zidici's sword. He was nearly flattened into a meat patty. She pushed Zishang away and stood up. She smelled the heavy smell of death. The sky was dark, and the sun looked like it was covered by a black cloth bag. It struggled to let out a little light. The black ground looked like it had been scorched by fire. Wisps of black gas floated in the air. It looked like the end of the world. Oh my God! Yunjoga was extremely shocked. Although she had already expected that this mystic realm would be terrible when she was under the divine temple, she did not expect it to be this bad. At this time, Zishang brought her a piece of bad news. I can't use my demonic power anymore. Are you joking? Yunjoga turned to look at Zishang. His expression was serious. He did not look like he was joking at all. Try and see if you can still use your spiritual power. Zishang asked. Yunjoga tried to use the spiritual power in her body, but she found that her energy center was like dead. She could not use any spiritual power at all. She quickly reached out. Faint golden light floated out, and the moon spirit threads emerged from her fingers. Good thing I can still use God power. Yunjoga sighed in relief. Otherwise, it would be really dangerous to not be able to use any power in this godforsaken place. Let Dummy out. Let him carry us out of here first. Zishang did not look worried. Although he could not use his demon power, the strongest part of the demon race was his physical body. He could still crush all kinds of monsters if he returned to his original form. Okay. Yunjoga used her god power to open the spirit beast pouch and let Dummy out. Ow ow ow. Dummy howled crazily as soon as it came out. It was still struggling with the devouring white threads. Dummy, calm down. It's fine now. Yunjoga was about to comfort Dummy, but she saw its furry face suddenly become dull. It circled in the air blankly, then suddenly flew toward the east. Where are you going? Come back. Yunjoga quickly used her god power to shoot out the moon spirit threads to tie Dummy back. Ow ow ow. Let go of me. I want to go home. I want to go home. Dummy's consciousness surged into Yunjoga's mind, causing her ears to buzz. Wait, what did you say? Go home. Yunjoga shook her head and asked Dummy directly. This is the Chaos Mystic Realm, not the 100,000 mountains. Why are you going home? Go home, go home. Dummy kept shouting this over and over again, and it was struggling more and more intensely. Yunjoga relied on her god power to use the moon spirit threads now. It wasn't worth it to continue wasting time with Dummy. She had no choice but to discuss with Zishang, should we go with it? Go. They were unfamiliar with this mystic realm anyway, so it didn't matter where they went. Dummy, you can go home, but you have to carry us. Yunjoga finished speaking and stuffed 2 cherry pills into Dummy's mouth. Ow ow ow, Master has to go with me. Dummy ate the cherry pill and immediately remembered that Yunjoga was its master. Then let's go. Yunjoga let go of the moon spirit threads that were binding Dummy and sat on Dummy's back with Zishang. Dummy immediately spread its wings and flew toward the east like an arrow released from a bow. Along the way, the ground was dry and cracked like it was covered with scars. There was no green at all and no animals. It was all a dead land. Yunjoga couldn't help but think of Goddess Mountain. If Yuling continued to extract the power of the mountains and rivers, the 100,000 mountains would probably become like this mystic realm, a land of death everywhere. When you sealed it, was this place like this? Zishang suddenly asked. I don't know. I was in a hurry to reincarnate and sealed the revelation of catastrophe in this mystic realm. I didn't pay attention to anything else. Yunjoga's soul had already left her body. If she didn't reincarnate, it would be too late. She didn't have the mood to pay attention to the situation in this mystic realm. Chapter 483. At that time, Yoonjioga thought that after she reincarnated, she could contact the people of the God Palace through Li Wei and ascend to the position of goddess again. With the power of the Divine Palace, any secret realm would be a small problem. Unfortunately, the world is unpredictable. She took a wrong path in her reincarnation. When she came back, Li Wei was gone. All her plans changed. I'm afraid this arcane realm wasn't born like this. It's a land of death that was formed later on. Keep your divine power safe and don't use it unless it's absolutely necessary. Zishang had a feeling that this arcane realm was not as simple as it seemed. Okay, I got it. Yoonjioga also discovered that although her divine power could be used in this mystic realm, it consumed a lot of energy and took a long time to recover. Just binding dummy just now had used up 1% of its divine power, and it still hadn't started to recover. You don't have to worry too much. Although I can't use my demon power, I can still protect you. Zishang then told her about his demon body. I've known for a long time. Yoonjioga dual cultivated with Zishang every single day, so how could he not know the condition of Zishang's body? Although she hadn't seen Zishang's true form, she was sure that he was very powerful. Therefore, she wasn't too worried about her safety. She was worried about something else. Cho Sen and the others shouldn't be able to use their spiritual power in the mystic realm. I wonder how they're doing now. Although the three of them had abandoned her, Yoonjioga was still worried about their safety. To be exact, he was worried about the two goo worms, Xiaoying and Xiao Tao. She had already decided that if she saw Nangong Li and Bailey Moyun, she would retrieve her goo worms and beat them up before severing all ties. Since they dared to abandon you and enter the pocket dimension, they must have something up their sleeves. You don't have to worry about this. I believe that Nangong Yu will be able to solve this problem very well. As Zishang spoke of Nangong Yu, a cold light flashed across his face. That woman must have some sort of secret. Just as the two of them were chatting, Dummy finally flew away from the land of death and came to a sparse grassland. The grassland that should have been lush and verdant was now mottled as if it was suffering from diarrhea. There was very little yellow-green grass, and most of the land was brown and dry. Occasionally, there would be a few puddles, but not a single river or stream could be seen. Dummy, where is your home? Yoonjioga could not help but ask. After flying for 2 hours, no matter how fat it was, its stamina was still limited. Oh. Dummy responded weakly, but he didn't say where his home was. Yoonjioga suspected that Dummy's brain had gone haywire to create a virtual home, so he coaxed it, Dummy, you must be tired after flying for so long. Why don't we take a break? Ow! Dummy refused. I still have a lot of cherry pills and spirit water here. You'll only have the strength to continue flying after you eat them, Yoonjioga said to Dummy in a tone that sounded like he was bluffing a child. Dummy hesitated for a moment, but soon let out an unwavering howl, then sped up and continued flying forward. Why is Dummy so persistent? Could it really be that its home is here? Yoonjioga was convinced. Dummy had always been a foodie. To be able to firmly resist the temptation of delicious food, there had to be something more important than food or survival. Can you see the ball of gas in Dummy's head now? Zishang suddenly asked. Sure. Yoonjioga gathered his divine power between his eyebrows and opened his spirit eye to look at Dummy's head. The strange energy that was originally mixed with gold and ash changed its appearance. The golden light expanded and blocked out all the gray light. However, the gray light was very persistent and stuck to the surroundings. There was no way to get rid of it. Yoonjioga told Zishang what he had seen. Zishang nodded and said, "That's right. Dummy should be a native of this Arcana land." For some reason, he ran to the 100,000 mountains. He had a lot of spiritual power outside, so his power was suppressed. He only recovered after returning here. So, as long as we find his family, we'll be able to understand the situation in the Arcana land. To them, this was like a timely rain. Yunjoga's spirits were lifted. Dummy's appearance by his side must have been preordained by fate. Yes, but before that, let's let him rest first. Otherwise, he'll die of exhaustion before he can find his home. Zishang looked at Dummy's red face and felt like it was going to stop breathing at any moment. "Dummy, I'm not feeling well. Quickly put me down to rest." Yunjoga changed his strategy. He pressed down on Dummy's head and used his spirit mark to suppress it. After signing a master-servant contract, a spiritual beast must prioritize its master's safety. Dummy had no way of disobeying this iron law. He could only find a hill to land on unwillingly. This hill was not very tall. There was a lot of greenery. There were trees scattered around it, but the bark and leaves were dark red. "Feed it." Yunjoga took out the cherry pill and spirit water from her storage bag and handed them to Zishang. "Me?" Zishang frowned. He had never raised a spiritual beast before, and he did not like it. "I still need to organize the storage bag." Every time she opened the storage bag, she needed divine power. It was too wasteful. She had to organize some of the commonly used items. "All right." Zishang took the pill and spirit water and began to feed Dummy reluctantly. Dummy did not resist. Instead, it ate quickly. It seemed like it wanted to leave as soon as possible. "Pill, food, water." Yunjoga muttered as she took out the items she needed. Although Golden Core cultivators could not eat, they could not use their demonic power and spiritual power. It was better to take out some as backup. After preparing the necessities for survival, Yunjoga took out the evil sword. The last time she saved Ian Shirley, the evil sword had been devoured by Bai-Si. It was now a piece of scrap metal. However, the material of the evil sword was very good. It was still extremely sharp. It could be considered a divine weapon among ordinary iron. It should be useful to keep it. Ow, ow, ow. After Dummy quickly finished the cherry pill and spirit water, it shouted at Yunjoga. "Are you ready? Let's go." "Wait a little longer." Yunjoga was considering whether to release Fei Fei and the treasure-seeking scorpion from the spiritual beast bag. Ow, ow, ow. "Hurry, hurry, hurry," Dummy began to urge her. After returning to this mystic realm, its ability to express itself had improved a lot. Yunjoga's ears were starting to suffer. All right. Let's go now." Yunjoga decided not to release the spiritual beasts. One dummy was noisy enough. Adding Fei Fei would definitely make her ears explode. Yunjoga carried the bag and was about to climb onto Dummy's back. Zishang suddenly hugged her and rolled to the side. Then, a black arrow whistled through the air toward Dummy. Chapter 484. Dummy instinctively opened its mouth and spat out a flame to knock the arrow away. Then, it looked around in anger. "Who is it?" Yunjoga stood up and realized there were many people lying in ambush around the hill. No, to be exact, they weren't just humans. These people only had a piece of animal skin around their waists. Their naked bodies were the same brown as the earth. It was hard to tell where they were when they lay on the ground. They looked like humans, but the thick tail behind them looked like lizards. Were they demons? Yunjoga asked Zishang with his eyes. Zishang shook his head and said silently, beastmen. Beastmen and demons were two different things. Beastmen mainly had beast instincts. They would have beast marks on their bodies and acted like wild beasts. Demons, on the other hand, could cultivate inner cores. They had the possibility of becoming demon immortals. They were much more advanced than beastmen. Lady, don't be afraid. We'll save you after we kill this damned birdman. A clear voice came from the tree. It wasn't the common language of the Tsanglan continent. It was a very stiff and strange language. Fortunately, Yunjioge activated his talent of the spirit of speech after putting away the demonic cauldron. He could naturally understand them. Yunjioge looked in the direction of the voice and found a leopard youth on a big tree in the distance. It had fluffy brown hair, round ears, deep facial features, wheat-colored skin, and faint golden spots on its face and body. It wore a piece of cloth around its waist and had a long tail behind it. Wait, are you misunderstanding something? This is my spirit beast mount, not some birdman, Yunjioge said loudly. Your mount. The leopard youth stilled and then shouted, you must have been tricked by it. It's not a mount. It's the prince of the eagle race, Ling Fei. Lady, among the beast men, only Ling Fei can completely transform. He's also very fat. You should have heard of this rumor. A lizard youth stood up from the ground. He looked no different from a human. Other than his ears that were open like umbrellas, his facial features were very handsome. He wasn't inferior to the leopard youth. The avians don't have any females, so they go around snatching women from other races back to Eagle Cliff. When they lay eggs, they eat them. They are the cruelest and most vicious race in the world. The young panther shouted angrily. That's right, young lady, you mustn't be fooled by him, the lizard man chimed in. Dummy, you're so bad. Yunjioge couldn't help but pat Dummy's fat head. Oh whoa, let's go home. Dummy didn't even look at the two orcs. It was focused on delivering the message to Yunjioge. Go home with Dummy first, Zishang said to Yunjioge telepathically. These beast men aren't good people either. Why do you say that? Yunjioge asked curiously. She felt that these beast men were quite nice. At least they were willing to save her, a woman they had never met before. Look at their eyes carefully. They are full of hunger and greed. It is probably one of their traditions to bring women back to lay eggs and eat them, Zishang said. Yunjioge then looked at the other lizard men lying on the ground. These lizard men were different from the two who had just spoken. They were rational and handsome. They looked more like wild beasts. Their bodies were thin and dry, which was the result of long-term starvation. They looked at Zishang and Dummy with greed and desire in their eyes. It was as if they were looking at two big pieces of fat meat. However, none of these lizard men looked at Yunjioge. It was as if she already had a master and could not be offended. If Dummy is really the Eagle Prince, then you can be the master of the Eagle clan. I believe they will be more reliable than these orcs, Zishang said. Alright, let's go back with Dummy first. Yunjioge made a decision in an instant. She then used her divine sense to send a telepathic message to Dummy. Dummy, let's go. Oh whoa. Dummy immediately spread its wings and flew into the sky. Zishang carried Yunjioge and jumped onto its back the moment it flew. The whole process took only 2 breaths. The orcs surrounding them did not expect them to run away without saying anything. It was too late to shoot arrows. Damn it! The leopard youth was so angry that his tail bristled. If he had known earlier, he would have shot Ling Fei before it ran away and then taken the woman away. It's okay. They must have returned to Eagle Cliff. Let's go back and report to the goddess first. Then, we'll send people to guard the exit of Eagle Cliff. The lizard man was very calm and spoke in an orderly manner. But in that case, the credit will most likely be divided equally. The leopard youth's face was filled with unwillingness. If they could catch that beautiful woman, the reward would be enough for their two tribes to live for a long time. Dividing equally is better than losing our lives. You know the situation now. We can't go to Eagle Cliff. The lizard man sighed. It was worth it to be alive now. All right. The leopard youngster nodded unwillingly. The Arcana land was full of death aura. There were death swamps everywhere. Even the strongest warrior could not pass through safely. They could only rely on the divine power of the oracle. After the leopard youth and the lizard man finished discussing, they quickly retreated down the hill and left in the opposite direction of Yunjoga. At this time, Yunjoga and Zishang had already arrived near Eagle Cliff on Dummy's back. Dummy didn't know if it was because it was too close to home, but it kept circling in place, unwilling to fly into the black cliff. Why don't we greet them first? Yunjoga asked. Sure. Zishang nodded. Then, he took out a stone from somewhere and threw it at the black cliff. With a bang, a hole was smashed in the cliff. Hey, who smashed my nest? A thunderous voice sounded. Two figures flew out from the originally silent black cliff and blocked Yunjoga and Zishang from the front and back. Yunjoga looked at the two orcs in front of him, who were flapping their wings and holding spears. He felt that the leopard youth was right. They were indeed birdmen. It's a big beauty. The leader was a big man with a messy beard. The wings on his back were golden with blue patterns. When he saw Yunjoga, he immediately said in surprise, "This big beauty is mine." "Ah, say, wait." A fair-skinned birdman with long eyebrows and thin eyes, who looked more like a military counselor, pulled him back. He pointed hesitantly at Dummy at Yunjoga's feet and said, "Is this Dummy, His Highness Ling Fei?" "Prince Ling Fei." Ah Zhe was stunned and carefully looked at Dummy. In the end, he said in shock, "It's really His Highness Ling Fei. His Highness is so awesome. After disappearing for so long, he could still kidnap a beautiful girl back." His words were full of admiration. Chapter 485. He decisively pulled Azay to the side and looked at Yunjoga vigilantly. "I wonder which race this girl is from and where did you find His Highness?" "You don't need to know which race I am from. All you need to know is that I have signed a master-servant contract with His Highness." Yunjoga was testing their attitude towards Dummy. "Impossible!" Ah Zhe yelled. "How could His Highness sign a master-servant contract with someone else? That's impossible." The military advisor wasn't as excited as Ah Zhe. He looked at His Highness and noticed that his eyes were dull. He was clearly not in a normal state. "Lady, why don't we go into Eagle Cliff?" The military advisor invited Yunjoga sincerely. "Your prince doesn't seem to want to go in." Yunjoga patted Dummy's head and asked if he wanted to fly to Eagle Cliff. Dummy shook his head decisively and flew in the other direction. The military advisor and Ah Zhe immediately followed. Dummy flew to a wide cliff not far away, and then landed comfortably in a large round nest. The big nest was covered with a thick layer of smooth white stones. There was even yellow hay on top of it. It looked very comfortable. His Highness made this nest himself. He likes to sleep in it. Ah Zhe looked at Dummy, who was lying in the nest with his eyes closed. He was certain that this was their heartless prince. The military advisor looked at His Highness and smiled at Yunjoga. "I'm Ah Jun, nicknamed military advisor." "What's your name, lady?" "What's your name?" "My surname is Yun." "This is my guard, Yi Zi." Yoon gave a simple introduction. Oh, so it's Lady Yun and Brother Yi. The military advisor nodded politely. Yun, do we have the Cloud Tribe here? Zhe looked Yoon up and down strangely and pointed at Zishang. This brother doesn't look like he's from the Yi tribe. Shut up. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. The military advisor glared at Zhe. The tower-like Zhe didn't dare make a sound. He shrank to the side and looked very stupid. Miss Yun, how did you find our Royal Highness and how did you sign a contract with him? The military advisor continued to ask. Before I answer that question, I'd like to ask you what's going on with your eagle tribe. I've bumped into a leopard tribe and a lizard tribe on my way here. They didn't seem to have a good impression of you. Yoon skillfully threw the question back at them. 2. It must be the little leopard and big ears. It's one thing for these two to betray our Gulai god and join the god messenger, but they dare to spread rumors about the eagle race. I must kill them. Zhe roared furiously. Jun was rather calm. He explained to Yoon, you're talking about the leopard prince, Little Flower, and the lizard prince, Doll. They're not on good terms with us because of their differences in tribal development. Is that so? Why don't you tell me? Yoon smiled. It was obvious that if they didn't explain things clearly, they wouldn't be able to get Dummy's attitude from him. Actually, everyone in the orc race knows this. There's nothing to hide. The military advisor continued. There were 79 tribes in this chaotic secret realm. In the past, due to sufficient food, everyone lived peacefully without any conflicts. Until more than a decade ago, a black death chi rain suddenly appeared in the secret realm. Those who were drenched by the black rain would quickly lose their lives. Then, the mountains and rivers were polluted. The grasslands became dead. Large amounts of herbivores died. There was less and less food. The competition became more and more intense. Battles kept happening. Wait, tell me precisely, more than a decade ago. Yoon remembered that when Li Wei left the Thunder Nation, it was 18 years ago. I think it was 18 years ago. Is there a problem? The military advisor looked at Yoon suspiciously. No problem, you can continue. Yoon shook his head. At that time, Li Wei was probably being hunted by Cho Sen and the others. Did it have something to do with this black chi rain? Yes, because the eagle race can fly, we are better off than the other races. That's why they often come to us for help. However, our abilities are limited. Gradually, there were conflicts, and our relationship worsened. Although the military advisor said it simply, Yoon knew that the conflict must have been very intense. However, she didn't care about that. She was more concerned about how Dummy got out of the secret realm. A month ago, a black whirlpool suddenly appeared in the sky. Prince Ling Fei flew into it when we weren't paying attention. In the end, he never returned. The whirlpool also disappeared. The military advisor couldn't help but sigh. At that time, the eagle race was worried sick. They couldn't find the prince anywhere. In the end, they spent a lot of money to find the best elder in the turtle tribe who was good at divination. The elder said that the prince was no longer in their world. They thought that the prince was dead. They didn't expect the prince to suddenly return. He even brought back 2 outsiders who didn't look like local orcs. A month ago was the time when Nangong Yu brought Cho Sen and the others into the secret realm. That hole was probably a spatial crack left behind when they came in. Dummy, that idiot, was really bold. He actually dared to barge in like that. It would be lucky if he became an idiot. Yoon helplessly looked at Dummy, who was squinting his eyes and lying comfortably on the nest. If he didn't meet her, this fatty would probably live the rest of his life in the outside world. Miss Yun, we're done talking. It's your turn, the military advisor said. You should have already noticed that we aren't from this secret realm. Actually, we came in from the 100,000 mountains outside. Your prince must have injured his brain when he passed through the barrier space. He has already regressed to the instincts of a beast. Yunjoga tapped her temple. The tunnel that Dummy found was probably just a spatial crack. He was already very lucky that he only became an idiot after passing through it. Miss Yun, do you have a way to help our prince regain his consciousness? The military advisor asked nervously. The prince was very important to them. An idiot couldn't possibly survive in the Chaos Secret Realm. I can only try, but I can't guarantee anything. Although Dummy was much better after returning to the Chaos Secret Realm, Yunjoga didn't dare to guarantee anything. Miss Yun, as long as you can save our prince, the Eagle race is willing to be loyal to you, the military advisor said seriously. Hey, Jun, if Elder Bai hears this, he will definitely beat you to death, Zhe quickly yelled. The Eagle race had been free for so many years and had never been loyal to anyone. Even in times of difficulty, they didn't yield. Now that they suddenly found a random master, wouldn't they become a joke to the other orcs? Chapter 486. I will only persuade Elder Bai. You don't have to worry about that. Advisor Yunga glared at Zhe. The people in the Primal Chaos Secret Realm had all gone to that divine messenger. If they didn't find someone to rely on, they would be destroyed sooner or later. Since this woman could sign a master-servant contract with the prince, she definitely wasn't a simple character. They would seek refuge with her first. If that didn't work, it wouldn't be too late to betray them. Up to you. Elder Bai is your grandpa. He'll believe whatever you say. Zhe surrendered. Doesn't the Eagle clan have a clan leader? Yunjoga could tell that Elder Bai was in charge of the Eagle clan. This was different from what she expected. The clan leader sacrificed himself to protect our people in the Black Rain 20 years ago. Elder Bai raised the prince, Advisor Jung said with a pained expression. I see. Then I'll have to properly greet this Elder Bai. Yunjoga originally thought she could build a good relationship with the clan leader with Dummy's identity. Now that it was Elder Bai, she had to reconsider. If Elder Bai didn't want to say anything, she would just leave. Elder Bai also really wants to see you and the prince. Please come with me. Advisor Jung stood up and looked at Dummy. Dummy, go see your Elder Bai. Yunjoga patted Dummy's head. Dummy reluctantly got up from its nest and carried Yunjoga and Zishang back to Eagle Cliff. There were birdmen of all sizes standing at Eagle Cliff. They were very happy to see their prince return. They all cried out in joy. A white-haired birdman stood in the cave and waved at them. That was probably Elder Bai. He was skinny and had dark skin. The wrinkles on his face looked like they were carved by knives, but his eyes were clear and shining with intelligence. His wings had turned snow white. That was the color of an old man. Dummy automatically flew over to the birdman and studied him. His eyes flashed with familiarity and confusion. Your Highness, I warned you again and again not to go near that black hole. Why didn't you listen? Elder Bai reprimanded Dummy the moment he saw him. Roar, roar, roar. An angry expression appeared on Dummy's chubby face. Then, it jumped onto Elder Bai's nest and put on a look that said, a dead bird is not afraid of boiling water. You. Elder Bai pointed at Dummy's head in exasperation. I'll deal with you later. He then looked at Yunjoga. Elder Bai, this is Miss Yun and her bodyguard, Brother Yi Zi. Miss Yun has already signed a master-servant contract with His Highness Ling Fei. She will do her best to help us treat His Highness. Military counselor's simple words contained many meanings. Elder Bai understood immediately. He looked kindly at Yun Jioge and smiled. Miss Yun, since you are His Highness Ling Fei's master, you are equivalent to the Cliff Master of Eagle Cliff. I welcome you on behalf of Eagle Cliff. Elder Bai is too polite. Yun Jioge hadn't expected that he would be able to subdue Eagle Cliff's beastmen so easily. Miss Yun, since you have accepted the position of Cliff Master, please help us get out of this predicament. Elder Bai tearfully spoke of Eagle Cliff's difficulties. During the 20 years of the Black Rain, although the Eagle clan relied on their flying ability to obtain food more easily than the other clans, because they often flew in the sky, they came into contact with a lot of death aura. The lifespan of the Eagle clan was getting shorter and shorter. They used to live up to 100 years old, but now, they were at most 80 years old, and it was still decreasing. However, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that the Eagle clan's birth rate was getting worse. Even if they were born, they would be very weak. Many would die before they were 10 years old. Cliff Master, please help us think of a way. Otherwise, our Eagle clan will be destroyed. Elder Bai looked at Yun Jioge with anticipation. I see. Yun Jioge was relieved to hear Elder Bai's words. If the Eagle clan really treated her as their master without any grudge, she would probably be on tenterhooks. Now that she had a favor to ask, she felt more at ease. She said, "Take me to see the children first." Okay. Elder Bai quickly nodded and flew forward personally. What about His Highness Ling Fei? Zhe looked at Dummy, who was starting to fall asleep again in Elder Bai's nest. His Highness is plump and strong, so there won't be any problems in the short term. Let's wait until Miss Yun is free, in case he wakes up and comes looking for trouble again. Elder Bai only glanced at Dummy indifferently, looking as if it was good that Dummy was not dead. Zhe thought about it and couldn't help but nod. Elder Bai was right. His Highness had been full of energy since he was young and had caused countless troubles. It was best to let him rest for a while. Miss Yun, this is our nursery. The children inside are all problematic. Elder Bai brought Yun Jioge to a large hole on the side of the cliff. There were 7 to 8 children around 5 or 6 years old lying inside. They were all sallow and emaciated. The feathers on their wings were sparse. They looked like little chickens that had the plague. Seeing Yun Jioge walk forward, the little chicks all looked up at her and then drooped down weakly as though they didn't even have the strength to speak. Yun Jioge walked in front of the youngest child. This child was about 4 years old. He was all skin and bones. His wings were pitifully small and drooped behind him like decoration. A pair of big blue eyes stared at Yun Jioge. He was very cute. Good child, what's your name? Yun Jioge asked softly. Shui, the birdman, Shui, replied softly. Shui, can you show me your hand? Yun Jioge's voice became even softer. Shui obediently stretched out his slender arm. Yun Jioge began to feel Shui's pulse. Chapter 487. Zhe quickly brought in a tall, skinny, gray-winged, middle-aged birdman. This birdman called Hui was very skinny with protruding cheekbones and a long scar across the right side of his face. He looked very fierce. Hui greets Elder Bai. Hui seemed to be very respectful to Elder Bai. Miss Yun, this is Shui's father. Ask him if you have any questions. Elder Bai said. Where's Shui's mother? Yunjoga realized that he hadn't seen a single female in all this time at Eagle Cliff. Was she really eaten after giving birth? She passed away in childbirth. Although Ahui's voice was cold, his eyes flashed with real pain. It could be seen that he still had feelings for his wife. Sorry. Yunjoga lowered his voice and asked, "Then do you remember what your wife ate when she was pregnant with Ahui?" "Yes." Ahui nodded and said, "Her appetite was very bad and she didn't want to eat anything. I specially went to Blue Water Lake to find the freshest gaga grass for her. Later on, her appetite gradually improved. She ate mountain spiders, bamboo rats, long snakes with us. The number was as clear as ash." The more Yunjoga listened, the more speechless he became. These things didn't sound nutritious. How could a pregnant woman eat this every day? Hui very sensitively noticed Yunjoga's thoughts and said with some anger, "This was the best I could find. Many pregnant females didn't eat as well as she did." That's right, Hui was a hunter. It was winter then and food was very difficult. A few elders in our tribe almost starved to death. Elder Bai sighed. Their eagle tribe was the king of the sky, but they couldn't let their people survive the cold winter. What a shame. Okay, can you show me the food? Yunjoga corrected his wrong thoughts. This wasn't the rich 100,000 mountains but a barren land ravaged by death chi. Finding food here was probably harder than ascending to heaven. We have stock in our warehouse. I'll show you. Elder Bai brought Yunjoga to the Eagle tribe's warehouse. The warehouse that was opened up in the cliff was very big and very cold. However, there was too little food, so it looked very empty. Last winter, the snow came very quickly. We almost couldn't make it because we weren't prepared enough. That's why we started preparing supplies early this year. These are the foods specially prepared for pregnant women. Elder Bai opened a big wooden box. Inside, there were dried spiders, poisonous snakes, field mice, and other things. Yunjoga's face couldn't help but twitch. Could such a small amount of food fill his stomach? It seemed that the survival of the beast men was much more difficult than she had imagined. These are the food that our eagle tribe often eats. Also, this gaga grass is especially loved by pregnant women. It only grows in the Naga tribe's territory near Blue Water Lake. Every time we go there, we have to fight them to get it. Elder Bai took out a handful of sugarcane-like black grass as if he was presenting a treasure. Yunjoga took it and smelled it. Then, he broke it off and tasted it. There was a hint of fishy smell in the sweetness. She opened her spirit eye and found that the gaga grass contained traces of gray gas, just like the ones in Shui and the others' bodies. It seemed that this was the reason why the children were so weak. You said that this gaga grass grows in Blue Water Lake. What kind of place is Blue Water Lake? Yunjoga asked as she put down the gaga grass. Blue Water Lake is the largest lake in the land of chaos. When the black rain comes, every tribe will send 10 warriors to protect Blue Water Lake. That's why the water there is the cleanest. Every tribe has its own territory in Blue Water Lake. However, the gaga grass only grows in the Naga tribe's territory, Elder Bai explained. I want to see the gaga grass. Yunjoga felt that something was wrong. This Blue Water Lake wasn't polluted by the death aura. How could the gaga grass grow the same gray gas as the one in Dummy's brain? Yunjoga felt that she had already found some clues. As long as she continued to investigate, she would find out the truth. You want to see the gaga grass? Elder Bai was a little surprised, but he quickly made a decision. Alright, but you'll have to wait for a while. The warriors are still out hunting and haven't returned yet. Tomorrow, I'll send 10 warriors to escort you there. There's no need. Dummy can send me there. The eagles that Yunjoga met today were all skinny and looked very weak. It was better to bring Dummy there. Miss Yun, the Naga tribe is not only strong, but they also have weapons from the god's messenger. No matter how strong the prince is, I'm afraid he won't be able to protect you too. It wasn't that Elder Bai looked down on Yunjoga and her guards, but he knew that outsiders couldn't use divine powers in this mystic realm. This was also the reason why he dared to lead the Eagle tribe to swear loyalty to Yunjoga. They could turn against her at any time without any pressure. God's messenger. Yunjoga couldn't help but look at Zishang. She remembered that she didn't send any god's messenger. Evenly Wei was only a reincarnated god guard. Zishang was also confused. However, he couldn't use his demon powers, so he couldn't secretly communicate with Yunjoga. He could only shake his head and signal that they would talk later. Is the god's messenger male or female? What does she do? Is there anything special about her? Yunjoga asked Elder Bai. The god's messenger is a beautiful young lady. She came to our chaotic mystic realm a month ago. Not only can she use divine power, but she also brought a lot of food, weapons, and equipment. As long as you're loyal to her, you'll receive help. Many tribes in our mystic realm have already submitted to her. The Naga tribe was the first tribe to submit to the god's messenger. They exchanged for a poisoned crossbow from the god's messenger. It's specifically used to deal with the Eagle tribe. We've suffered a lot from it, Elder Bai said. If this god's messenger is so good, then why did the Eagle tribe submit to her instead of me? Yunjoga didn't think that she had any kind of charm that could charm Elder Bai. There's no free lunch in this world. I don't believe them. If His Highness hadn't signed a contract with you, I wouldn't have believed you either. Elder Bai revealed a wise smile. The prince was now an idiot. Even if he was powerful, he was still easily bullied and humiliated. However, he ate well and trusted Yunjoga. He knew that he was living a good life. He believed that a person who was good to his stupid mount couldn't be that bad. All right. Since the Naga tribe is so powerful, then I have to meet them. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with them. Yunjoga guessed that this god's messenger was Nan Gongyu. Sure enough, this woman had come prepared. Yunjoga wondered what kind of weapons she had provided the Naga race would look like. Chapter 488. Miss Yun, I can't agree. I can't watch you risk your life. Elder Bai wouldn't agree. Yunjoga was the only hope of the Eagle race. He was more important than his own life. Due to the unreliable dummy's demonstration, Yunjoga became an impulsive and unreliable person in Elder Bai's mind. Elder Bai, I'm confident if I dare to go. To be honest, this guard of mine is also from the Naga race. I won't be in danger with him. Yunjoga looked at Zishang. Now's your chance to shine. When this guy first appeared, he was pretending to be a snake. Don't be a coward. Brother Yi is from the Naga race. Elder Bai didn't believe it. The Naga had scales on their faces and hands, and this man whose face could not be seen clearly was too clean. I'm from the black snake race. Zishang cooperated. Black scales grew on his cheeks and soon covered his entire body. The scales were so shiny that they looked like they were made of gemstones. They were dazzlingly beautiful, like the most beautiful artwork that would shatter with one touch. Zishang saw that Elder Bai's eyes were filled with suspicion, so he punched the wall. Rubble cracked and dust flew. A huge hole appeared in the wall. Do you believe me now? Zishang looked like he was going to punch a hole through if he didn't believe him. Elder Bai nodded. Yes, I believe you. Warrior Yi is strong indeed. With you protecting Miss Yun, she'll be fine. Then let's go to Blue Water Lake now. By the way, does Dummy know the way? Yunjoga asked. With Dummy's muddle-headed brain, he didn't want them to carry him into the ditch. I'll let Aze and June go with you. They often go to Blue Water Lake and are the most experienced. These two were Elder Bai's most trusted subordinates. He usually didn't want to send them out. But this was a special situation. With them guarding Yunjoga, he was more assured. Okay. Yunjoga nodded and followed Elder Bai out of the storage room. He saw Dummy squatting at the door and staring at them in confusion. There were two red-skin trees with a huge cowhide rope tied between them. Aze and Advisor June were introducing the environment of Eagle Cliff and the troublesome things he had done in the past. Your Highness, that's the slingshot you made. As long as you put a stone on it, it can fly very far. Back then, when the other tribes wanted to attack our Eagle Cliff, this thing helped a lot. Although Elder Bai scolds you all day long, he's actually very proud of you. The military counselor turned around and asked Elder Bai. Right. My ass. This brat causes trouble every day. If he could just stop a little, I could live for a few more years. Although Elder Bai's tone was harsh, his eyes were very kind. It was obvious that he loved Dummy very much. Ayo. Bullshit, bullshit. Dummy started howling like a beast, but other than Yun, no. Yun, Elder Bai could not help but sigh when he saw Dummy like this. Yun, Shoutmint, Prince Yun, he Yun, to say, Yun, and Yun, he Miss Yun, please save His Highness, Elder Bai begged. Don't worry, Elder Bai. I'll do my best. Yunjoga nodded. Dummy is my mount, but I've always treated him as one of my own. Even if he wakes up and wants to stay at Eagle Cliff, I'll let him go. Yunjoga had always been very lenient with his spirit beasts. Miss Yun, you're such a good person. Elder Bai had been worried that Yunjoga wouldn't save him in order to restrain the prince. Hearing this, he realized he was being too petty. Good people don't live long. That's not a compliment. Yunjoga smiled and patted Dummy's head. Dummy, do you know how to get to Blue Water Lake? Ow. Blue Water Lake. Could it be eaten? Dummy tilted his head and looked at Yunjoga. There's a type of black, fragrant, and sweet grass there. It's planted in the territory of the Nagas, Yunjoga explained. Ow. I know where to find tasty grass. Dummy nodded immediately. Aze, June, accompany Miss Yun and Warrior Yi to Blue Water Lake to find the Gaga grass. You must protect Miss Yun, Elder Bai ordered. Yes. Aze and June didn't understand but nodded without hesitation. Then, Yunjoga and Zishang sat on Dummy's back and flew towards Eagle Cliff. Along the way, they encountered many returning eagles. They were all skinny, and the food they carried in their hands was very little. Don't you have any females here? Yunjoga couldn't help but ask. Why not? You really believe what Little Blossom and Big Ear said? Aze pointed at a few caves and said, we don't have females. We marry them from outside. They can't fly, so they can only stay in the caves. They rarely come out. Yunjoga followed Aze's gaze and saw a few females. One of them had a very long face. It was probably a horse. One had bull horns and was very tall. It was probably a bull. She even saw a girl from the rabbit tribe. She had long black hair, long soft ears, and red eyes. She was petite and cute. She was waiting at the entrance of the cave for her partner to return. A young eagle carried a large bundle of grass and carrots and flew towards her. They looked good. At least, they were much better than the eagles flying in the sky. Of course, our eagle race treats our females very well. Ah Goo saved that rabbit race chick from the swamp of death. He goes out every day to find food for his partner before starting to hunt, Ah Zay said proudly. Looks like I misunderstood you before. Yunjoga was a little ashamed. He was definitely a good male to save food for his wife and children. It's fine. As long as the misunderstanding is cleared up. Miss Yun, you must find a partner like this in the future. Our prince is a little unreliable, but he's very capable. He can always find a lot of food. He's also the only orc in our secret realm that can completely transform. Even Elder Bite said he's a child favored by the gods. Ah Zay kept promoting how brave and powerful his prince was. I believe that. Yunjoga stroked Dummy's messy hair. As a foodie, finding food was his instinct. Being her mount, wasn't that the same as being favored by the gods? Ow ow ow. Dummy seemed to know that everyone was praising him. He shouted a few times in high spirits and sped up. Chapter 489. Prince, wait, don't fly so fast. Ah Zay and Jun chased after Dummy with all their might, but they ended up eating its farts the whole way. By the time they reached Blue Water Lake, they were exhausted. This is Blue Water Lake. Yunjoga looked down from above and saw a beautiful blue lake embedded in the gray land. In the east, where the water was dense, a group of skinny elk was vigilantly drinking water by the side of the lake. In the shallow part of the lake, a human-shaped, snake-tailed orc was hiding in the water, trying to approach them. But these elk were extremely vigilant. When they realized something was wrong, they turned and ran. The Naga swam out of the water dejectedly, but it was impossible to chase them. Stupid Nagas, they only deserve to eat the small fish in the lake. They want to catch such big prey. Wishful thinking, Ah Zay said with a look of disdain. It was obvious he had a deep grudge against the Nagas. Isn't there enough fish in the lake for them to eat? Why do they want to hunt these elk? This was too difficult. After the black rain, the fish in Blue Water Lake also began to die out. Only the water grass is left. Ah Zay sighed, but he didn't seem to be gloating. The decrease in food was a disaster for the entire secret realm. Don't the Nagas have crossbows? Why don't they use them for hunting? If crossbows could be used to shoot from afar, the elk wouldn't be able to escape no matter how vigilant they were. Those weapons are poisonous. Even if they kill the prey, they won't be able to eat it again, the military advisor interrupted. What's the point of trading if they can't hunt? Yunjoga didn't think the Nagas were stupid. To fight us orcs. The military advisor's thin lips revealed a sarcastic smile. That god emissary doesn't really want to help our beastmen race. He only wants to provoke a war, but these fools still believe in him. Sooner or later, our race will be exterminated. I don't think they want to believe them, but they have no choice. Yunjoga watched as the Naga returned to the water. It bobbed up and down but still couldn't find food. It looked very pitiful. Whatever, ignore them. Let's find the gaga grass and go back, Ah Zay said. Where is the gaga grass? Yunjoga asked. It's near their territory. We have to go there a bit more, Ah Zay said with experience. Ow ow ow. Without waiting for Ah Zay to lead the way, Dummy flapped its wings and flew over. After a while, Yunjoga discovered a large patch of gaga grass planted in a depression. It was black and shiny, and its growth was spectacular. Two Naga warriors were enjoying the cool in a shady place. For female Nagas were weeding in the field, and their service was very meticulous. Don't the Naga eat meat? Why would they spend so much effort to grow the gaga grass? Yunjoga had thought that the Naga tribe protected the gaga grass to repel foreign enemies, but now he realized that this was not the case at all. They would eat a little from time to time, but they wouldn't plant them in large amounts like they are doing now. I heard that the oracle asked them to plant them in exchange for weapons, Jun said. Right now, there are only 2 warriors and a few females. We can fly down and pluck a few before leaving, Zhe said. Alright, let's take a look first. If the distance was too far, using the spiritual eye would consume a lot of spiritual energy. Yunjoga decided to take a good look at the gaga grass after obtaining it. I'm going down. Then, Zhe flapped his wings and flew down. The soldiers who were resting on the side quickly picked up their crossbows and fired at Zhe. Their archery skills were very good, and they took turns to lock down Zhe's movements. Zhe could only fly up and couldn't get close. I'll go cover. Strategist couldn't help but go down. However, it was useless for him to go down. The few females grabbed the rocks beside them and threw them at him. This greatly affected Jun's mobility. Just when Yunjoga was thinking about whether to go down and help, Zishang suddenly said, "There's an ambush. Those 2 chicks are in danger." As soon as he said this, a dozen Nagas suddenly appeared in the empty valley. A row of crossbows was aimed at Zhe and Strategist who were flying low. Yunjoga immediately flicked his moon spirit threads on Zhe and Strategist and used the elasticity to pull them up. A row of crossbow bolts flashing with a cold light shot out in unison. Zhe and Strategist broke out in cold sweat. They were so close to turning into beehives. Miss Yun, these Nagas seem to be prepared. Why don't we leave first and come back when we have enough people? Strategist looked at the increasing number of Nagas below. The row of crossbows was like the scythe of death. No need, you 2 retreat first. I'll go down with Yi Zi. Yunjoga didn't just come to study the gaga grass this time. He also wanted to subdue the Nagas. Miss Yun, don't be impulsive. Strategist quickly shouted. But it was too late. Zishang had already jumped off Dummy's back with Yunjoga. They landed on the ground and blasted a hole. Fierce, you despicable person. How dare you ambush us? Come and kill me if you dare. Zhe didn't dare to fly too low. He could only provoke the leader of the Nagas. The leader of the Nagas was a young man. His long blonde hair was tied up by his neck with a straw rope. He had pale skin and exquisite facial features. His long eyes were slightly slanted. He was gloomy yet gorgeous. Below his waist was a ringed snake tail. He ignored Zhe's provocation and ordered the people behind him, "Get rid of this man and take the woman." As soon as he finished speaking, the Nagas all attacked Zishang, who was beside Yunjoga. Dozens of arrows flew towards Zishang. The scales on Zishang's body abruptly grew out, and he reached out with his hand to grab all the arrows. "Don't fight back," Yunjoga quickly stopped him. These Nagas weren't like the 5 poison cult members. They probably didn't have the antidote. She would be the one suffering. Zishang heard Yunjoga's order. The arrows he threw at the Nagas all flew to the rocks on the side and shattered into countless pieces. His slender pupils constricted. He had never thought that this mysterious man would be so powerful. Most importantly, the scales on this man's body were somewhat similar to the Naga race. Could it be that he was also a Naga? No, Nagas couldn't completely transform. He didn't have a snake tail. He might be a different race. The divine messenger had given the order to all those who surrendered. If they could catch the woman flying to Eagle Cliff, they would get large amounts of food. It was already autumn. Winter wasn't far away. It was especially hard to get food this year. There were fewer and fewer fish in Blue Water Lake. They weren't good at hunting on land. If they couldn't get the Divine Messenger's food reward, this winter would be very difficult. Even if they could hibernate, many people would die. Especially those cubs. None of them would survive. Thinking about this, he immediately threw those messy thoughts to the back of his head and ordered his people, continue attacking. I believe your divine emissary has mentioned me to you before. Otherwise, you wouldn't have risked your lives to capture me, Yunjoga said with a faint smile. The oracle didn't mention your origin, she only said that if we catch you, we can go to them and exchange you for a large amount of food. Meng was an honest young man, he directly spoke the truth. Haven't you thought about why this oracle wants to capture me? Yunjoga asked patiently. No. Meng shook his head honestly. The oracle was an honorable person, how could they dare to ask for her opinion? Then I'll tell you. Yunjoga cleared his throat and began to bluff again. The reason your oracle wants to capture me is because we can bring you hope. For example, your most important food. Really? You have food on you. Meng's eyes widened. The people behind him also became restless. Lady Yun, our eagle men pledged loyalty to you first. If you have food, you have to give it to us first, Ah Zhe immediately yelled. Pfft, you eagle men piss off. Meng spat at Ah Zhe and then said to Yunjoga passionately, Lady Yun, you're friends with this Naga warrior. That means you're a friend of our Naga race. As long as you can give us food, we'll do anything you want. Lady Yun, you're the master of our prince. You can't abandon the eagle men. Ah Zhe panicked. Lady Yun, as long as you can provide food, you can even be my master. Meng was even more desperate than Ah Zhe. Stop, stop, stop. Yunjoga quickly stopped the two and said, your two tribes will get enough food. I promise. Lady Yun, can I ask where your food comes from? Meng was a bit hesitant. Judging from the eagle men's attitude, the food probably wasn't placed at Eagle Cliff. If Lady Yun placed a large amount of food somewhere else, then he would have to send some tribesmen over to help protect it. Don't worry about that. Let's talk about the gaga grass first. Yunjoga wasn't stupid enough to take out food from her storage bag in front of them. Although she had a lot of food in her storage bag, it could only help them temporarily. The most important thing was to help them improve their environment and teach them how to support themselves. Lady Yun, the oracle told us to plant these gaga grass in exchange for weapons. If you like it, feel free to use it. Meng said very generously. He wanted to exchange weapons in order to prevent sneak attacks from the eagle men. Now that they had formed an alliance with the eagle men, the gaga grass wouldn't be of use anymore. I don't think the gaga grass is for food. It's for research on the... Before Yunjoga could finish her explanation, a crunching sound came from behind her. She turned around stiffly and saw Dummy squatting in a corner of the gaga grass, happily eating. There was already a pile of black residue at his feet. Yunjoga quickly opened her spirit eye to take a look. She realized that the gray gas in Dummy's brain had indeed thickened. Dummy, get over here. This was the first time Yunjoga lost her temper at Dummy. Ayo. Although Dummy didn't understand, he still obediently rolled in front of Yunjoga. Eat, eat, eat. Sooner or later, you will die from eating. Yunjoga pointed at Dummy's head in disappointment. Ayo, ayo, ayo. Dummy was still unconvinced. In front of delicious food, there would be no joy in living if he didn't eat. You dare to talk back after eating? Go over there and stand. Yoonjoga angrily pointed at a large rock at the side. She was prepared to punish Dummy by making him stand. She had to take this opportunity to teach Dummy a lesson. Otherwise, if she allowed him to eat randomly, there would be problems sooner or later. Oh. Dummy didn't want to go. Zishang, bring him over. If he doesn't repent, then don't let him come back. Yoonjoga threw Dummy to Zishang. Zishang carried Dummy's fat body with a look of disdain. After sealing his meridians, he stood in a golden rooster posture as punishment and watched Yoonjoga's situation from the side. After Yoonjoga vented her anger, she turned to Caze, advisor June, and Meng looking at her with a dumbfounded expression. Only then did she realize that things weren't going well. Chapter 491. It was over. It would be troublesome if they misunderstood that he didn't treat Dummy well. Yoonjoga quickly explained to Aze and military advisor, the reason your prince became an idiot was because his brain was blocked by a gray chi. He was much better after he came back, but after eating this grass, it worsened. That's why I'm so angry. Miss Yun, just teach His Highness Ling Fei a lesson. He's indeed too naughty. Because the tribe leader passed away early, the people in the tribe let him have his way. If you can teach him well, the entire Eagle tribe will be grateful to you. Aze looked at Yoonjoga excitedly. In the past, Elder Bai had wanted to punish the prince countless times, but he would always get away with it. If he was punished too harshly, he would even bring out the former tribe leader and nag at him. No one had the heart to do it, and in the end, he became a demon king. He even dared to charge through the holes in the sky. Now that Yoonjoga was willing to teach him a lesson, they were happy. Seeing that Aze was truly grateful and military advisor wasn't unhappy, Yoonjoga was relieved. At this moment, Meng suddenly interrupted, Miss Yun, you just said that Ling Fei became an idiot because he ate our grass. Is it poisonous? That's right, it's your grass that's poisonous. That's why our tribe's cubs are so weak. None of them can live past 10 years old. Aze pointed at Meng and yelled. Meng's face immediately paled. Their tribe was also experiencing a situation where cubs died young. Because everyone was in the same situation, they thought it was because there wasn't enough food. They just desperately searched for food. They didn't expect it to be caused by the grass. Your grass is indeed problematic. You've been planting it for so long. Haven't you noticed anything different from before? Yoonjoga asked. Orcs had a long-standing habit of eating the grass. There was no problem before, so it must have mutated recently. In the past, the gaga grass was hard and dry, and there wasn't much water, so it didn't grow very fast. However, ever since the oracle gave us a new planting recipe, the gaga grass grew very fast. It basically grew again and again after we cut it. The god's messenger asked us to cultivate it, and he said that he will promote it in our chaos mystic realm, so that all beast men can eat the fresh and delicious gaga grass. Meng said with a pale face. Because their tribe's territory was rich in gaga grass, their tribesmen didn't like to eat it. Only pregnant women who wanted to change their appetite after pregnancy would eat more. What kind of secret technique did they teach you? Let me have a look, Yoonjoga said, extending his hand. This is it. He took out a wooden box from the animal skin bag he was carrying on his back. When he opened it, there were many gray fruits inside. He handed one to Yoonjoga and said, just grind the fruit, mix it with water, and sprinkle it on the ground. Yoonjoga picked up the gray fruit and sniffed it. He didn't find any strange smell. She then opened her spiritual eye to observe carefully, but she did not discover anything special. "Let me have a look," Zishang walked over and said. Yunjoga handed over the gray fruit. Zishang looked at it carefully. Finally, he wiped it with the hem of his clothes, scraped some powder, and was about to pour it into his mouth. "You're crazy. You don't even know what it is and you dare to eat it." Yunjoga hurriedly pulled Zishang's hand and snatched the gray fruit. "That fat bird was fine after eating it. Nothing will happen to me," Zishang said indifferently. "How can you be so sure? What if something happens?" Yunjoga glared at Zishang. He was also a troublemaker. "I was wrong. I won't eat random things in the future." Zishang admitted his mistake. Although Yunjoga was fierce, it felt good to be cared for by her. "Meng, grind this fruit and pour it on me." Yunjoga placed the gray fruit back in Meng's hands. "Okay, please wait a moment." Meng called over a rather old female snake person and told her to pour water on the gaga grass as usual. The female snake person took the gray fruit and smashed it into powder. Then, she mixed it in a bucket of water and carried it to the field. After being watered, the gaga grass looked very energetic. The black color was very pure. It looked very tempting. Meng Qi really wanted to try it. "How is it? Did you see anything?" Zishang asked. "Not yet." Yunjoga moved her gaze away from the gaga grass and looked at the female snake person in charge of watering the field. This female snake person looked to be around 50 years old. Her hair was white and her face was full of wrinkles. Her eyes were a little turbid. She stood there in a daze like a wooden person. "What's your name?" Yunjoga asked the female snake person warmly. The female snake person did not have any reaction. It was as if she did not hear her question. "She's called Aunt Gaga." Meng asked the female snake person. "Has she always been like this?" Yunjoga asked Meng. "No. In the past, Aunt Gaga was very amazing. She would always find the freshest and tastiest gaga grass. Later on, food became scarce. In order to save more food for her child, she fainted. When she woke up, she was a little dazed. However, she is still very good at growing gaga grass." Meng explained. Yunjoga opened her spiritual eye and saw that Aunt Gaga's brain was filled with gray gas. "Is there a problem?" Meng saw Yunjoga's weird expression and could not help but ask. "I don't think she is dazed. She is like the Eagle Prince. Her brain was blocked by the gray gas and she lost her consciousness." Yunjoga said. "How is that possible? Aunt Gaga has always lived in our tribe. She has never left." Meng heard that the Eagle Prince flew into a hole in the sky. "The gray gas is in your tribe. It is silently swallowing your consciousness. Its ultimate goal is to turn all of you into puppets." Yunjoga finally understood what the gray gas was. It was puppet gas. It was specially used to make puppets. However, the lump in front of her was different from the one she had seen before. "You mean, someone wants to turn all the beast men in the Primal Chaos secret realm into puppets?" Zishang asked. "That's right." Yunjoga nodded. The gaga grass was the medium through which the gray gas was spread. The person behind this was too evil. He actually wanted to kill the beast men by using pregnant women. When the beast men were completely hopeless, they would speed up the process. "Then how do we get rid of it?" Meng asked. He did not want his tribesmen to become puppets. They are deeply poisoned. "I have no idea how to get rid of it. Lock up all these people who suddenly became dazed. We will talk about it later." Yunjoga did not have the time to deal with these adult beast men. In her heart, the cubs were more important. Chapter 492. Okay, I'll lock them up now. Meng ordered his subordinates to take Aunt Gaga away. He straightened his tail and bowed to Yunjoga. Miss Yun, I pledge my loyalty to you on behalf of the Naga tribe. Please save our young. Get up. Take me to see your young first. Yunjoga gestured for Zishang to help Meng up. Zishang ignored him. Fortunately, Meng immediately got up and led the way. Miss Yun, this way please. The Naga warriors quickly surrounded Yunjoga and Zishang, pushing Aze and the military advisor outside. Aze and the military advisor were kings in the sky, but they were inferior to snakes on the ground. Aze angrily squeezed a few times but couldn't get in. He could only follow behind gloomily. Did we forget something? The military advisor suddenly remembered something after a few steps. What did you forget? Aze looked confused. Never mind, I can't remember. The military advisor shook his head and continued walking. Dummy, who was still standing on the grass, looked at the people walking away and immediately howled. Yunjoga stopped in his tracks. He had almost forgotten about Dummy. Do you understand? Yunjoga asked. Ow! Understood. Dummy's fat head moved up and down like a chicken pecking at rice. Will you still eat random things in the future? Yunjoga asked again. Yes. No more random things. Dummy was really scared this time. He was too fat. After standing alone for so long, his legs were about to break. Good boy. Yunjoga patted his fat head and had Zishang release his seal. Then, he walked toward the Naga tribe with Meng. Dummy limped behind the Naga warriors with Aze and the military advisor. Yunjoga walked into the Naga tribe and saw many Nagas walking between simple wooden houses. They were all skinny, not much better than the Eagle tribe. That's our nursery. Meng pointed to a white wooden house at the back of the tribe. This wooden house was made of eucalyptus. It had no doors or windows. There was only a round hole for the Nagas to crawl through. Yunjoga naturally couldn't crawl through the hole like the Nagas. It was dark inside, so he asked Meng to move the little Nagas out. Little Nagas are very afraid of light, Meng said with a troubled expression. How are you afraid of light? Do your eyes tear up when you see light, or do you feel uncomfortable when you're exposed to sunlight? Yunjoga asked. I'll have to ask someone. As the chief of the tribe, Meng put all his energy into survival, so he didn't know much about these things. After asking the people who were in charge of taking care of the little Naga, he found out that the little Naga's eyes would cry when it saw light. In that case, cover their eyes with black cloth and bring them out, Yunjoga said. Black cloth? What is that? Meng asked. Yunjoga looked at the snake people who didn't even need to use animal skin to cover their nether regions. He could only helplessly express that they only needed to cover the little snake people's eyes. There was no need to use black cloth. We can weave black leaf grass into blindfolds for the cubs to wear, the Naga who was in charge of taking care of the cubs said. Oh, that's right. Quick, bring the dark night grass over. Meng Chi ordered his clansmen to quickly weave 5 masks and bring them into the nursery. Put some straw mats under the shade of the tree for the children. Yunjoga asked Meng Chi to build a comfortable place under the tree for the little Nagas. There were 5 sick little Nagas in total. They were about 5 or 6 years old. Their heads were covered by the dark night grass, and their skin was pale because they hadn't seen the light for a long time. 3 of them had emerald green snake tails, 1 had yellow stripes on a black base, and the other had white stripes on a brown base. The 5 little Nagas were slithering on the ground as if they had no bones. The scales on their stomachs were dull, and they looked weak and powerless. They couldn't straighten their bodies and move quickly like their strong clansmen. A few days ago, there was a gold kite with a tail. Unfortunately, all its scales fell off, and it died. Meng Qi's tone was very sad. That was a gold kite. If it could grow up successfully, it would definitely be as strong and brave as Meng Qi. Unfortunately, it died early during the painful process of losing its scales. After Yunjoga examined the little Nagas with a serious expression, he found that they were the same as the eagle cubs. They were all malnourished and polluted by the death qi, and were devoured by the gray gas. As long as the gray gas of death was expelled, and they were given more nutrition, they would quickly become healthy again. However, this was easy to say, but difficult to do. Malnourishment and the death qi were easier to deal with, but she couldn't think of a solution to controlling the gray gas. Although she could use her divine power to expel it, it was like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. It was too wasteful and inefficient. With her recovery speed, she didn't know how long it would take to cure these 10 cubs. This was definitely not the best choice. Yunjoga told Zishang the difficulty quietly. Zishang suggested, should we release Yin Shirley and ask him? Yin Shirley had been the sect leader of the Yin Corp sect for so many years as a zombie. He also had the support of Fan Yin. Perhaps he could think of a good idea. Okay. Yunjoga nodded. However, she couldn't release Yin Shirley in front of the beastmen. She planned to go back to Eagle Cliff first. Lady Yun, our Naga race has many houses. You don't have to worry about safety. Why don't you stay here? Meng Qi said anxiously. He was afraid that Yunjoga would never return. Pfft, who knows if I will be sold to that divine messenger the moment I wake up. Ah Zhe snorted. Meng Qi glared at Ah Zhe fiercely. Then, he raised his right hand and swore to Yunjoga, I, Shi Meng, swear on my life that I will never sell Lady Yun to the divine messenger. If I disobey, you don't need to swear. I believe you. Yunjoga quickly interrupted Meng Qi's oath and explained, I'm returning to Eagle Cliff for Ling Fei. He is the first person to be infected by the gray gas. As long as his problem is solved, your cubs and Aunt Gaga can be saved. His Highness Ling Fei is the prince of our eagle tribe. You can't let him stay in your Naga race. Be careful that he gets hungry and eats you like snake meat. Ah Zhe provoked Meng. Ao. Eat all of you. After Dummy recovered his energy, he arrogantly flapped his fat wings and hooted at the Naga. Meng Qi was so angry that his face turned red. Just as he was about to retaliate, he heard Zishang say coldly, if he dares to eat us, he can come and try. He was pretending to be a Naga race member, so he naturally had to support them to the end. Seeing that Zishang had spoken, Ah Zhe did not dare to say anything. Dummy's fat face looked like he was in a daze. It was as if he was not the one who had spoken just now. This baby had no idea what they were talking about. Master Yi Zi is mighty. Meng Qi looked at the domineering Zishang excitedly. He was so excited that his snake tail curled into a circle. Guard the tribe well. We will return, Zishang calmly ordered. Yes. Meng Qi punched his chest with his right fist and said firmly. The other tribesmen also solemnly expressed their obedience. How many of those gray stones are left? Bring them back for research, Chu Shigu said. 10 more. Meng Qi gave all the gray stones to Yunjoga. These divine stones were like poison to him now. Even if Yunjoga did not want them, he was going to burn them all. Don't destroy the Gaga grass yet. We don't want to attract the attention of the divine messenger. Yunjioge did not want to go against Nangong Yu and the others before he solved the problem of the beastman's grey gas. Yes. Meng Qi hurriedly nodded and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although he had already decided to follow Yunjioge loyally, he was not willing to be the first to fight the divine messenger. It was best to buy some time. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.